Okay. All right. Okay, now. Okay, please, we'd just like you to react to the judgment that has just been delivered. It has been a long battle from 2015 to now, but your client got life imprisonment. How are you going to react?
Today we forever live in infamy. Today is the only day I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere puffery, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? You did all this, you didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently. Completely. Yes. And we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Yes. There's no justice yet.
Yes. Suspect. The judgment is not based on law. It's not based on facts. It's based on politics. It's based on some tribal, primordial sentiments. Just because Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo. An Igbo man has become the person in Nigeria that should be trampled upon. I'm not saying this because I'm Igbo. I'll say it for the House of Yoruba who gets trampled upon. But today we saw an Igbo man being trampled upon, and by God Almighty, we are not going to allow it. It will not stand. Nobody is going to trample on me. Nobody is going to trample on Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. He's a man that was pursuing change. To pursue a separate nation of yours is not a crime. So in Nigeria today, if somebody says, don't be silly, you get convicted. Nnamdi Kanu may broadcast, and so what? And you convict him for terrorism for mere words in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What kind of precedent is being laid? So from here, we are heading to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal is the only court in this country, or the next court in this country, that sits as a jury. We are going to approach the justices there to check out what happened in court today. And we are pretty sure the justices will agree with us that today was the symbol of the travesty of justice that everybody has been suspecting all along. If the Court of Appeal disagrees with us, we head to the Supreme Court. But by God Almighty, Nnamdi Kanu is not going to stand convicted. He's going to get overturned. Thank you.
Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear.
kama zubar da jinin mu ku yi tunanin za ku zanna lahiya wallahi ba za ku zanna ba sai dai jiran lokaci kawai ga kumance Allah ne ya faɗi da a zubar da jinin mumini ɗaya gwamma aje a rushe ɗakin Ka'aba to kun san muminan da ake kashewa a ƙasai wa ya san adadi Allah da ya halicce mu shi kawai ya san abin da ake ko ba gaskiya ba ta sanadiyar kashe mumini ɗaya zai sa ba ma local government ba state ba Najeriya gaba ɗaya ma ta samu matsala to don haka nan shi irin wannan al'amarin abinda baka sani ba ka bashi a baka sani ba wanda ka sani kauka a bashi a ka sani ko ba gaskiya ba to ire-iren wa'annan matsalolin su suka haddasa wannan bala'i sannan Allah ya sani a dai wannan lokacin wanda muke ciki yanzu to ni dai ban sanar ma ko wani ba amma ni dai ga yadda nake jin rayuwata to wallahi a duk duniya ba ka da hanyar da zaka zo man da ita wai ka ce za ka yi man barazana ko ka kashe ni ko ka kashe wani dan uwana don in ji tsoro wallahi in ma biya wallahi ba ranar ba lokaci Allah ne faɗi kullu nafsin za'iqatul maut can in ka je cikin wala tujadilu sumini na biyu zaka samu wannan aya dukkanin mai rai sai ya mutu to haka sai na mutu sai ka mutu me kuma in mun je lahiran nan abinda kai shi zaka girba kowaye kai faman ya amal misqala zaratin khairan yara wa man ya amal misqala zaratin sharran yara kowaye kai kau saboda ai an je lahira ba babanka zai hisabi ba innaka za ta yi ba Allah ba shawarar ka zai nema ba lokacin da za a halicce ka zo duniya Allah da waye shawara haka in za ka bar duniya Allah da wa zai shawara haka in ka je da wa Allah zai shawara ga gidan da za a saka aikin ka da kai shi za a duba ko ba gaskiya ba to don haka nan da mu da ku a nan tare muke haka ko mun mutu tare za a tashi gida biyu ne da in aka lalubo ka wuta ba a ganka ba to kana aljanna in aka lalubo ka aljanna ba a ganka ba kana ina to duka da mu da Hausawan da Hilanin duka dai dole nan za mu tabbata ko ba gaskiya ba to don haka nan mu dawo mu makan mu kiyamar laili ko ba gaskiya ba mu tabbata duniyan nan ba mu tabbata in kuma akwai wanda zai tabbata shikenan ya daga hannu ba mamaki ga nan wajen ba wani ni dai
integrity or the professionalism or the character or the motivation to go to those frontline villages. They just bought the line from the government that it wasn't really happening, and they bought the line from the US State Department that this is nomadic tribesmen being forced to move from climate change. The Fulani are not really terrorists. Oh, the fact that they're Muslims got nothing to do with it. Because they're nomadic tribesmen, they're looking for other land. They're looking to go somewhere, and that's forcing them to clash with the Christian villages. Nonsense. That's absolute nonsense. That is just an example to you of how climate has been used as a scam. I mean, it's not just fake, it's much worse than that. All of these systems that are being implemented that are so profoundly dishonest, they're systems of control. How do we control the people, control the information and the narrative, and then have that as cover to do whatever it is that we want to do, which, by the way, is to go into Christian villages and not only annihilate people. I mean, in one of the recent attacks that Truth Nigeria has reported on, putting women and children inside cages in the market and burning them alive. I mean, I was sitting down to dinner in my hometown in Texas one Friday night years ago. My husband was with me. It was when we were trying to get the Sound of Freedom was being blocked because people didn't want child trafficking to be a conversation everyone was having. And we were doing our best to help get that movie put out. And I got a video. I showed it to my husband as we sat down. He couldn't eat. And it was a young 18-year-old, 17, 18-year-old girl from Nigeria who was pulled from one of the villages. And as they were slicing off her head, they were digging her baby out of her tummy. And she was well advanced in pregnancy. That's the reality of what, when you put those numbers up and you go before your colleagues in Congress and you put those numbers forward, that's what it means in human terms. I mean, Lawrence once was calling Doug and myself, he's sitting in the back of a meat wagon on the bodies of his friends and neighbors with malaria. Remember, after that he went out with malaria for weeks. I mean, these the courage of the people who are on the front lines reporting this cannot be overstated. But the challenge that they face is that the media itself denies the reality that they see and report on with their own eyes and ears. I mean, that's without conscience. Honestly, I stand before all of you in the National Press Club of the United States of America, the most powerful free nation on earth, where we have First Amendment rights. And I cannot say strongly enough to the press corps, do your job. Do your job. Because we are supposed to be the inspiration and also the safety net for journalists everywhere.
Al'amari kwamiti da ake ba zai mana maganin abin ba a kawo taimako an ba wa 'yan gudun hijira miliyan 5-10 wannan kaskanci ne mu haɗu a garin mana a shiga mota inda kafa ne daga nan zuwa lantan wallahi za mu je da kafa menene abin da muke yi ne in ba za su yi ba malamin da ke karantar da mu ba ma so mu ketare iyakar su ne muna respecting din su ne muna jiran su ne in ba su da lokaci wallahi tallahi na amince zan zama komanda wallahi tallahi a ba da iko wallahi zan jagoranci tafiyar wallahi zan jagoranta a gayyata wallahi mu mai da kowa gidansa duk musulmin da ke yamini duk musulmin da ke yalwan shandam duk musulmin da ke garkawa na yi alkawarin zan wuce gaba kowa ya koma gidansa ya shiga kowa ya koma gidansa ya shiga wallahi na yi alkawarin zan wuce gaba na yi alkawarin a kashe ni akan addinin Allah na amince a nan ma a kashe ni akan addinin Allah na amince me muke yi ne a rayuwa wannan kaskanci da muke cikin me za mu je mu ga Allah gobe kiyama a kayansa mutane ana ta koro su a ajiye su sahabbai ba haka suka rayu ba malaman sunna ku ne malamanmu ku ne iyayenmu ku ne jagororinmu ba ma so mu ketare iyakar ku ba ma so mu ketare abin da kuke gaya mana kaskancin da muke rayuwa ya ishe mu a rayuwa ya ishe mu a cikin rayuwar da muke ba a mana magana ba aka rusa masallaci a Numan musulmai suna kuka makiyin Allah ya ce a rusa babu wanda ya magana mutane sun zo sallar juma'a ana sa wani masallaci gireda a kasar a garin Numan me za mu je mu gaya wa Allah a sallah kadai Allah yake bukatan mu da shi azumi kadai Allah yake bukatan mu da shi azumi kadai Allah yake bukata mu ya wata Ramadan ba za mu mutu bane jama'a
Hello, everyone. It's good to be here again this afternoon, the second time around, and welcome. Some of the videos that you saw, some of it, I just wanted to refresh our minds of when we are looking for terrorists, we still have them who are out there, who we are yet to bring to book, people with the actual actions. But again, like a journalist, I wanted to also play the other lady who is telling us that the Nigerian journalists or the media have been accomplice in whatever is going on. That is not new any longer for us, especially those of us on this platform, because we have discussed this over time on how they've been accomplice to what is going on. I know as far back as 2006, that a particular director of the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation gave, orders. That's when all this, trying to control the media, what they say and all that started coming, becoming more stronger. That people should no longer show miracles because you cannot prove it. When you can't prove it, then you cannot show it. So miracles, when they were trying to attack Chris Oyakhilom's, channel, miracles should not be shown, because you have no proof that those things actually happen. And once you don't have proof, you can't show it. And at that time, we raised our voices and say, look, this is just the beginning. It's going to get bad. But then certain people who are not of his stock, who are not from his mission, agreed with it. And, you know, they pushed through that policy. And today, where are we? Where you are told certain buzzwords you cannot use. You can't call Fulanis and say they are terrorists. You cannot say it is militias, from a certain part. You have to say it is headers farmers clash. You have to say it is climate change. You cannot say it is anything beyond that. And you have to wait for the government figures before you publish your own figure, even if you have a much better information on ground, because normally villagers are everywhere and they give, at that time they give some of us more information because we were close to the rural areas. However, we have come a long way now, almost doing 360. And this is a new day and a new season. I see my brother is already here, so let me talk with him. Chim, you are welcome. What is your take from the lengthy discussion and very interactive and also very educative discussion we had this afternoon with the barrister, Amadi?
Yeah, thank you, KJ, for having me. I presume you can hear me, but I can't see you. I don't know why your video is off. What's going on?
Why can't you see me? I can see myself.
I can't see you. Your stuff is blank.
Right.
Yes.
Which one with this one? Can you see me?
No, I can't see you. What you have even done is remove me entirely from the screen now. Okay, you brought me back again. So maybe what I will do is let me exit, and then I will come back. I don't know what's going on, but I can't see you. I even sent you a message privately to say I can't see you. So I'm going to exit and come back, unless it's not me. But I can see everything. Your side of the screen is blank.
Okay, you, Chim, you continue with the broadcast. Let me see if I can go off and come back again. Don't exit. Just continue the discussion.
All right. So while we wait for KJ, I do not see anybody.
Oh, okay. I'll put them in.
Okay, I see Chris. I can see Chris. Chris, I tried to put you in. Okay, you're in now. Yes.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, who else is here? Oh, there's Jefferson is here. Oh, Jefferson, are you on the stage? Okay, Jefferson is here already. Okay, so we're trying to do a post-mortem on today's show. I'm not the moderator. I'm just holding forth for KJ while he tries to resolve his screen issues. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he's been hacked. So the whole idea is okay. So first and foremost, I want to make a comment as we have today's conversation. Can we make it respectful? Everyone is entitled to hold views. Some people are going to hold views that you don't agree with. Some people are going to hold views that you think, I don't know, for a better use of word, it doesn't make sense. Now, it's their right to hold those views. It's also your right to push back and reject them. You can reject them, but be respectful. Don't use any languages that you wouldn't love to be used on you. Let's just understand that we're just here to comment. We're here to speak. We're here to share our views. And with that said, let me bring in our brother with the heart, the next incoming Minister of Foreign Affairs, Alhaji Maska. So let's just be very respectful. It's good to see you, gentlemen. I'm not sure who watched the show earlier on, but I would like to, I know I Speak the Truth was there. I know Ike was there. I don't remember. I know Chris was there. I don't remember seeing Jefferson and Mazi. Okay, Mazi Okparawa, I think you were there earlier.
I was there, yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, if you guys permit me, I would ask the question and then let's allow those who were not here originally to set the tone, and then we go around in that order, if that makes sense. So, Maska, good to see you. Jonathan, good to see you. Good to see you, everyone. So, Maska, did you watch the show? If you did, what is your take, and what do you have to say? You're welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, my brother Chim. You know, I like the introduction you give, but my prayer is that may God reject that your prayer to be a minister of foreign affairs for Nigeria, especially at a time like this. It's like looking for the easiest way to put somebody into trouble or complicate one's life. But anyway, that's an aside. Thank you so much. And good evening, everybody. Good to see you guys. Yes, I watched snippets of it. Most times, what I do, I take advantage of technology. So I listen live for a while. I go back to hear a couple of what people are saying, and so. But I have a good sense of what transpired. My take of the whole session was that it was a good session. Good in the sense that the guy that was invited managed to do some sort of balancing act. And honestly, at this point in my life, I have come to believe that that is very, very essential for anything you do. You have to balance things out, you know. And for me, that really is the best way to go, because anything outside that, you will be tending to extremism in any way you look at it. And being an extremist normally would be the beginning of all sorts of problems. But I think it was a very good show. I think, I can't remember, it was KJ, I think, that was asking him whether it was a trial against all the Igbos. I wasn't too sure, but I think his response was fine. Oh, this is the only person I saw. Of course, with time, things would come out that were not probably visible now. So I think it was a good show. Let me stop there so that I won't.
Okay, yes, you said something very interesting, and maybe it should help us set the tone for our discourse. You said something about, I don't remember who exactly said it also, but something about if the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu would amount to a putting on trial the entire persons who refer to themselves as Igbos or who come from the Igbo set part of the country. Now, that being said, there was also a judgment in another court given in the course of the week where a terrorist was sentenced to 20 years. So in the light of this whole comment about whether the judgment was fair enough, juxtaposing both judgments, what is your take on somebody who clearly DSS says was found guilty of terrorism, being sentenced to 20 years, and then Nnamdi Kanu also being sentenced to life? What's your take? How do you interpret that? Just in maybe the next 2 minutes, two minutes quickly, then I'll move to the next person.
Okay. I think I was on the same segment yesterday. I think a similar question, not exact, but bottom line is the same. Asking me to sit judgment on judges. And my response, my candid response is that I'm not in a position to do that. My take is that there are certain aspects of life that are very technical. Law, for instance, is one of that. It's not moralistic, it's not logical sense, it's not scientific, it's not an art. It's just a technical field. Okay, so if I'm not a lawyer, and which I am not, and I don't have the technical facts of whatever it is, I cannot say whether it's right or wrong. But in terms of, like I said yesterday, in terms of just having a bare parlor opinion, the truth is that even if I have not been to Rome, once you mention Rome, and probably you tell me it's in Europe, I will have some sort of idea. Whether that idea is right or is wrong, but I'll have an idea of Rome. Now, my sense, and if I'm going to be honest, I can't deceive myself that Kanu's case is not really a legalist. The starting point of that case is a political issue, and really not just merely political, but it's a security issue. Whether we like it or not, the man who threatened the country's existence, it's not how do I put it now? It's not just gonna be a legalist. The issues around the whole case, and that's one of the things that the lawyer said. This is not a normal case. If it's a normal case, there's no court that can assume jurisdiction. I listened to him. That's what he said. So in my mind, Kanu's case is not a normal case. Okay. So for Kanu, I don't think you can compare it with any other case and then say that, oh, okay, it's like for like. That's my submission, Chim. And just to say that I like your sort of moderation, you know. Not to say that I don't like KJ's moderation. KJ has been is my first and only friend on this panel who used to take out my internet. But thank God now, Messi is catching up with him now. But I stop there, KJ. Chim. That's my response. I don't think Kanu's case is a straight case. It's not a normal case. To do a normal legalistic analysis around it is to miss the whole point of the case. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, KJ, do you want to take over while I assume and wear my hat as a contributor?
No, go ahead.
All right. So, I want to come to John Abba. John Abba, I'm not sure if you watched the show. If you did, or you're going off what you've listened to, what do you think of the guests we had today and the conversation we've been having so far? And you might want to chime in into the last question I asked Masca, where I presented two cases, Nnamdi Kanu's own and the other guy that the DSS recently got a conviction against. What's your take?
Good evening, Chim and fellow panelists. I watched the conversation from the beginning, and I listened to him. I mean, to give him credit for coming at all, they said there were supposed to be 4 other guys that could not come. They couldn't stand you guys. They're afraid. You guys gonna eat them up raw. So, so what else can you say about someone that dare to come? And this channel now is sensitive. If you say some certain things, you maybe pick up on arrival in Nigeria. You still have Nigerian passport, so I think he did the best he could. Give or take, it's not it's unusual case, like Musk said, and I think what is on trial mostly was the way the judge was reading. I don't know whether it's from transcript or it was a national disgrace about the way he was reading the whatever he saw on the internet or whatever they gave to him. He was very poor the way he was reading it, and a high case profile live stream for judge not to put himself together. That was more disgrace than in Nnamdi Kanu case. We could have been practice, rehearse, and place himself if he knows that's the direction he want to take. But to come this kind of tinini tanana speech and national where the whole world is watching, it's more of the case than anything to me, from whosoever he's from. So, having said that, the other one, they say one was given 20 years and the other one, and compared to Nnamdi, is more both legal and political to me. And I believe end of the day it will be sorted out. So we continue to watch the development, and I thought was gonna ask to be clear about the video that was played. What is interpretation of the last video that was played? That's what I want to understand before the show, to KJ or whosoever played it. What is the understanding and what is it surround? What is the message there? Apart from after the lady that made talk. So I want to understand it.
Is that for me? Or Chim, you want to take it?
That's for you, KJ. Go ahead. Oh, you played the video. I don't.
Okay. Which particular one? Is it the one that the guy was speaking in Hausa?
Yes.
Okay. That was the minister of in Buhari's administration, Pantami. Was declaring a mosque that he was ready to lead the jihad, and that things were being done to Muslims for which he stands to, ready to lead them into battle and all that. Why did I play it? You ask why. I played it because sometimes it's like we are looking for those who are threatening the nation and talking, going against the laws of the land. But we'll have them everywhere. I have more than 10 of those videos. People saying what if other people have said will not be in their houses today. For instance, I have a video of the senator representing one senator from Anambra State, the former leader of ABGA. He only said that that IPOB is not a terrorist organization. It was questioned by the DSS. They came and took him and said they need to question him because he said IPOB is not a terrorist organization. But here you have a guy having a conference, or rather in a mosque, telling people that he was ready to lead them. He'll be in front,
Lead them in front. What, KJ?
But on what occasion was he saying that? On what occasion?
No, be honest.
On what occasion?
Sorry, both of you are Hausa speakers. Maybe you should explain to me what he was saying. So maybe I don't have a full understanding.
No, it's also written.
You have to start from your own understanding.
Yes, it's your understanding. And
unfortunately, I would have loved to play the video again, so I will all follow it. I will pause it, but my system, kind of is messing up. Because of Masca, is messing up. If Masca wasn't here, it would not mess up. So, but in the course of it,
backstage so that KJ's system will work.
In the course of it, I will reload it. I will all can discuss it. It's out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, another thing is that, for what I understand, it was something that was done. He talked about the mosque in Numa and all the places he mentions, and he said he will even lead. And he talked about the issue that happened. Their children have been taken, the church has been burned, and he talked about all that happened there. And he said he would love to die for that cause. He does not mention jihadists. But what he said, is it different from what you said yesterday that you would defend Christianity and your life with it?
You are comparing two things that are not equal. Listen, what I spoke.
Because I
hold on
now.
I'm answering your question.
I'm trying
relax,
to say
relax.
what I pick out. Maybe you have a different contest. Okay.
Relax. The Igbos have a proverb. Then they shave man head. He's absent. I'm here. Let me speak for myself. Yesterday, forefathers said that what does it matter if we are Muslims? Are we not happy to be Muslims? We should rather be Muslims. In my own place, in my locality. And I said no. And I want to put it again on record. I don't want to be Muslim. I have nothing against Muslims. I have friends who are Muslims. I don't have any problem with Muslims. But I am a Christian and I'm Igbo. If I don't want to be a Christian, I'll be a traditional worshiper. I will worship Allah, which is the worship of the Igbos. I chose to be a Christian by myself. My father was a Catholic, died a Catholic. I'm not a Catholic. So I searched for what I am today. So nobody can come and tell me, am I not happy? That's the same statement that pedestrian made. If you don't want to live your life, which one do you prefer? To die and leave your land, or to have your life and give away the land? My brother, nobody can tell me that. Okay? And I repeat it again. I want it to be on record. I am Igbo. I love Muslims, but I'm not a Muslim. I love what I do. I will, again, if I come to this world 10 times, I will still be a Christian. It's not going to change. I hope I'm very clear on that. Yeah, it was what he asked that I responded to. I wasn't responding because I want to go and fight. No, the God I serve can fight for himself. I don't need to fight for him. Okay?
KJ, can I help you? Because
no, you don't want. You can add if you want.
So, Mazi, so KJ, sorry, hold on, Mazi, hold on. KJ, are you done? Are you done
Yes.
speaking? All right. So, Mazi, it's your turn. If you want to, in responding to the core of the conversation we're having today, and you want to add into what John Abba and KJ have been spying about, you're free to do that. But I'm going to start now timing us. Everybody has 4 minutes. Go ahead.
4 minutes. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Maska Inawuni.
Lafia, my brother. Mungode.
Well, the young man, Barrister Benedict Amadi, his submission was apt, was absolute. I mean, I loved, after hearing from him, I just relaxed, because this is a man that said the truth and nothing but the truth. You know, he punctured every corner, you know, where I had my doubt, where I was furious, where I was, you know, really angry with the government and really angry with Nnamdi Kanu, you know, because I was also angry with Nnamdi Kanu. Why, you know, that no case submission. That's why I asked him why, and he gave the reasons, and I understood very well. I'm so happy with him. He was, very plain and unbiased, you know, guest, you know, and I imagine Dr. Rudolph invited 4, and only he came. So we have to give him that kudos. He's a brave man. You know, I hope he comes back again. And again, what's Pantami? This, you know, in this record he played, you know, when Pantami wanted to become the minister in Buhari's government, you know, this thing came up, and he apologized for this. He apologized for this clip, because it was part of it. The kind of, what they call it now, kind of people were not happy that Buhari is bringing him to his cabinet after all he said about, you know, his views in Islam and the way Islam should be. People were angry. Why should this man be the minister for I think communication or what, or technology or something like that? So there was a really big problem with other people. I mean, the opposition, and they were against him until he apologized, because there was a clip where he cried that Osama bin Laden was murdered. He was angry. He was furious. He even came and said, okay, he was a very young man. That's why he said what he said then. Now he's a matured person. He apologized. So nobody should. What you played there was absolutely what he said there. I understand very well. Let us not go there. This is not what came, but what he said there was not good at all. As a former minister, okay, before that he was not a minister, federal minister, but what he said there has nothing to do with kind of peace. Was not a peaceful commentary at all. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mazi. For those of you who understand Hausa, I just watched the video. Yes, there was foot interpretations I didn't necessarily follow, so I don't know what you people are talking about. I'll be honest, and I'm not sure if Jefferson and Chris and I Speak the Truth understand what's going on. But I'm going to leave that and come to Chris. Chris, pleased to have you on the show today. So we had our guest. You were part of the show. You listened to him. What's your take about how he spoke, his views? And then you might also want to chime in this whole thing about what if you ask me, I would say is a two-tier system of judicial dispensation. You have one. I understand the fact that everybody has said that Nnamdi Kanu's case is not a normal one, that it has political undertones. Fair enough. But how do you explain that if you're accusing Nnamdi Kanu of terrorism, and then the DSS is arraigning someone actively caught in the act of terror, and then there's a dispensation of justice for both of them? One says the other person on the same terror charges should face a life imprisonment amongst many other charges. I agree. And then the guy who clearly DSS is saying we caught in an act of terror, his activities have led to killing of people, is slapped with a 20-year jail term. In other words, after 20 years, he can come out, and if he still feels he can continue with his activities, he can continue with them.
Okay, Chin, let me correct. It's not even after 20 years. It starts from the date he was arrested.
Okay, so if he has served 4 years, then 20 minus 4.
He has less than maybe max 6 years to serve.
Okay, all right. Whatever the case may be, the point I'm saying is the pronouncement of his penalty is what I'm particularly concerned about. So, Chris, in light of all we are discussing, plus this, plus anything else you want to add, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Actually, the reason why I came in here today was want to respond to what happened, what you people said yesterday, because I was listening at the background yesterday, and I could see a lot of a lack of knowledge. Let me put it that way, because I don't want to insult anybody. A lot of lack of knowledge among those who were talking about Nnamdi Kanu yesterday. He was Awolowo when he was convicted by Sewomimo on treasonable felony. He quoted the hero of the novel, The Fortitude, that is Peter. And he said, "It is not life that matters, but the courage you bring to it. Blessed be all sorrows, hardship, and endurance that demands courage. Blessed be all these, for of this cometh the making of a man." In another great leader, Indira Gandhi, when she was given intel about her pending assassination, she said, "If I die in the service of my nation, I'll be glad, for every drop of my blood will enrich the soil, make her economically great and politically stronger." So when people come to talk about Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, they are not talking about the ideas he brought in place. They are talking about the personality. And that's where I don't know whether I should say ignorant, as I see. But let me say this. Nnamdi Kanu came on the first stage in 2012 when he protested.
Chris, you have 2 minutes left, though. It's 6. Okay. Actually, I'm adding more to you just so you need to speed up things.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say basically is this. Let me give you a little bit history of the case Nnamdi Kanu is facing. He was first arrested in 2015. He was arraigned before Justice Ademola. That was the first person. He was discharged and acquitted by that justice. The federal government said no. They went to another judge, a Yoruba man again. That judge discharged Nnamdi Kanu and acquitted him. They went to the third one, Justice Tozo, and Tozo admonished them and told them to not to bring that kind of case to him. Then they went to Justice Bintayako. So that's when you people started noticing. But those who knew the history will know that Nnamdi Kanu had no case. And the reason I talk about this is simple. Those who are interested in Nigeria, who wants Nigeria to work, and then they are disappointed that Nigeria is not working, do not understand the correlation between bad lawlessness and lack of development. Because recently, a Chinese company seized the presidential jet of Nigerian president and the houses in London. So what I'm trying to say in effect is this. Those who want to criticize Nnamdi Kanu should criticize his ideas, not his personality. And when it comes to his ideas, the reason he started protesting, he protested for justice for everyone. When Boko Haram gave Christians 7 days to live in the north, he protested and employed people to to lean on those who are sponsoring Boko Haram to ensure that they do not continue their actions, because it will lead to the breakup of Nigeria. So when he realized that Nigeria is not workable, then he decided to ask for self-determination. And more importantly, it must be said, or it must be noted, that the treaty amalgamating Nigeria had then expired. And so, in other words, if you want to renew Nigeria, you have to ask for referendum to see who wants to be.
All right. I think sorry, I have to cut you short. It's not intentional.
Okay, and so because the reason why I want to give all this background is because a lot of us actually do not understand what Nnamdi Kanu stands for.
All right, I would give you time later on. I want to go around. You can, educate us on those other stuff. But I just want us to focus on what happened today. So thank you for your submissions. Between Jefferson and Ike, I'm not sure who was supposed to go. The system just disorganized the flow. But Ike, I'll come to you, then Jefferson, and then I'll come to Nigeria's one brain cell. So Ike, you met the guest for today. You listened to him. What's your take? And then, amongst other things that we've been discussing, let's have your views.
Thank you, my brother Chim. Good evening, everybody. Once again to be here. Chim, I think for me, we have spoken much about this particular issue, and for me, one of the things that I drew from the barrister that was making sense to me after he left, or after we were talking, I was reflecting on it about when he talked about the judges in Nigeria. The reason why that the judges in Nigeria doesn't have the lever to deliver his judgment is because after retirement, they don't have anything to fall back on. They have families, they have dependents that depend upon them, and because of that, they don't have the power, the energy to give sound and credible and honest judgment, because they need to survive financially. That if it were possible,
hold on, Ike. Would that be correct? Just permit me, and then you continue from there. Because there were judges who have also had the privilege of sitting on this matter. Some have passed judgments that are favorable to Nnamdi Kanu. one or two have said he has no case, and that the federal government rendered him wrongly. And is it fair on the judiciary to use Omotosho's pronouncement or any other judge that has passed a judgment that hasn't been favorable, to use that as a basis to say the entire bench? Am I correct, sir? Masker, is it bench they call the judges right now?
I'm not a lawyer.
Okay,
but
so
I think it's bench. You are right. I think you are right.
Okay, so to say the entire bench is incapable or is not competent, would that be correct? Go ahead, sir.
No, he did mention during the time of the days of Oputa, the days of, it was that time Nigeria was a virgin country where, honesty and truth is the order of the day. And because of the present country we call Nigeria that we have now, we have lost those kind of men with livers who do what is right with the seat of justice. So what I was trying to drive at is that what I was trying to agree with the barrister is that when a judge retires, that he should be allowed to open his law chamber and begin to practice his law, and because he gave an example, the reason why, because if judges are given the privilege to, after retirement, they can open their chamber, practice law, they begin to make money on themselves. And if things like this is allowed in the constitution or in the law of Nigeria, most of the judges will have the boldness and the power to deliver the judgment to Nigerians. And because of this is not happening, when they retire, you retire. And, so because of that, they have to amass wealth. It doesn't matter how they make that money, because he gave a reference that if Chim brought a case in Cross River State, the judge in Cross River is ruling something in that case. Another judge is ruling a different thing in Imo State. Another judge is ruling another thing in Kano State. Another judge is ruling another thing in Katsina State in the same case. That this is why that is happening like this, because they need money. They need to have money they will have to, use for their family when they eventually retire from the bench. So, but if there was an opportunity for them that after you retire from the bench, you can go back to your law practice, open your chamber and go back into practice. That, we are going to get more refined judges who will be bold enough to deliver the judgment to Nigerians. When you refer back in the days of Oputa them, those group of Oputa them, and I think for me, I think that particular statement is making sense, because I believe that if you see the political scene in Nigeria today, what politicians do, if this judge give them the judgment they don't like, they will go to Kanu, and the judge in Kanu will give them what they want. Another one will travel to Katsina, and the Katsina one will give him the judgment they want. He will go to Asaba, So I think that maybe that's my own thinking. That's what I've been reflecting since the barrister left. That for me personally, my own personal opinion, I think it will be good if when judges retire, if they are still in a good age to practice their law, they should be allowed to practice. Maybe it will give us opportunity to have a credible judgment, a credible judges who can be able to stand and be bold enough to give us real judgment. Because without this, what is going on in Nigeria, for example, this Omotosho of a judge, like my brother John Abba was asking. That was the first thing I said yesterday. I said, was he the person who wrote what he was reading? Because I could not understand that this is a judge who was writing a judgment that he has to deliver before the people. And that was the first question I asked myself. Did he write what he was reading? Or was he like what happened in 2023 general election? And at the end of the day, you can find out that this man probably didn't write what he was reading. And at the end of the day, when you see all the issues he gang up into his judgment, he brought so many things to cook into what he was saying that has nothing to do with what is at stake. So, I mean, for me, I felt that Nnamdi Kanu did not get a fair hearing, and I think it's a travesty of justice. And I still believe that there are two laws in Nigeria, one for an Igbo man and one for the rest of Nigeria. And I'm not going to shy away from that. That is the fact. And I think until the time that Nigerians begin to understand that if you say that the Igbos are part of Nigeria, that we should be able also enjoy the same, benefit and everything every other part of Nigeria is enjoying in Nigerian state. But you cannot continue to tell me that, oh, we are part of Nigeria, and at the end of the day, you deny me justice. At the end of the day, you deny me my right because I'm an Igbo man. So there is an Igbo problem in Nigeria. Anybody who denies that, you are not telling yourself the truth. And that's why I said yesterday that at last all of us will chop the breakfast, because already we are eating the breakfast everywhere in Nigeria. It's not going to stop. And it's only going to stop when we recognize and realize that there is a problem in Nigeria and we have an Igbo problem in Nigeria. And Nigerians should be able to understand and agree which is the way forward for us to move, so that we can be able to believe sincerely that we are Nigeria. But outside that, my brother, I think that what happened 3 days ago wasn't, as a person, I know that is where it's going to come to. But the way it came, I was really surprised what Judge Omotosho was reading and what he was saying, and all the cook-up he made with his judgment before yesterday. But at the end of the day, he has done what he's supposed to do. And I've always said all the time, most of the time, that I believe that it is political solution. But what I said today again, I want to repeat what I said here today. I do not want this present illegitimate government to use Nnamdi Kanu as a political chip for 2027. Because that is what
Mr. I think we've heard you. I need to go to the next person. And I think, but that being said, Jefferson, that's supposed to be you, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, did you get the chance to watch the show, or are you writing on what you've heard other people say?
Yeah. Good day, everyone. So I didn't watch the show completely, but of course I know it was the experts from legal experts who made a commentary, and of course some of the panelists here were also in that show, which is fine. Basically, we don't need a society to tell you that all is not well with the country. You see, and a country that does not that has not resolved the issue of tribalism and religion, put it down and put forward what they call sovereignty, the country cannot really stand. It cannot stand. Yes, currently we are facing a security concern, and there seems to be no direction. And I don't know if you guys have observed, you check on the social media space now, the general that was assassinated on live video, the wife has been complaining. I think she has gone viral, and she was complaining about how the military has no respect anymore. That if everything is going south, and it just tells you, break down a lot. And this what happens when people who we then trust our leadership brings in sentiments of whom they perceive to be within the military. Because think about it, even when you look from the beginning till now, you look at the recruitment within the space in terms of armed forces, it has been skewed. If it's not through religious lines, they do tribal lines. And that's why our military that's why our armed forces is this total mess that we're facing today. Because you tell me, how can we progress as a country in this kind of construct? And if you watch very, very carefully, you find that even when they did most of the recruitment, you find that most of the recruitment now, if you look very carefully, most people that are in the military now, unfortunately, are from another part of the country. And somehow things are changing, which we're actually looking out forward to. Now, I don't really digress into all those things, but I want to concentrate on what the matter of ground, which happens to be Nnamdi Kanu. Oh yeah, he was vocal. He incited people. People say, oh, he incited people, he instructed people to go and destroy that. But if I may ask, before he did all those things, I think that there's a saying, we all know that there's a saying that there's no smoke without fire. Did he just say because, or did he just go and say, did he speak out of annoyance because he wanted to do that? Of course, people with brain will understand that that something caused something to happen. And let's not deceive ourselves here. There's a lot of timelines and it's all in the social media space of all the atrocities that have been committed against the Igbo people. Even though some of us want to pretend as if it is not there. But of course, if we are the ones if we are human with conscience, whether I'm the victim or not, we need to understand that these things are not right. Yes. I will not say that all these actions are correct, fine. But at the same time, we will look at it that, okay, in all, he was not entirely, okay, yes, he said things, but okay, he said that, oh, people should do this or whatever. But people need to understand when all those things were happening too, they forget that other people were also instigated and trying to kill people and put it on him. But people have failed to do their investigation. But I don't, like I said, that is not where I want to concentrate on. The fact that if you look at the justice, the whole judgment from inception to date, it was so sketchy. Today they'll say, oh, he's out of bail. They'll say he's this, he's that. They change it from one judge to the other, just like that, you know. And the whole judgment from inception have not been transparent. It was not televised from the beginning. I mean, if you are giving Nigerians the idea of how the whole thing went in the first place, you understand? You are giving us a clear picture, you know. So, of course, everybody's going to have their views and say, oh, he did this, he did whatever. But whatever anybody's view, at the end of the day, is not even half of what the current bandits are doing in the Nigerian space. It's not half. So everybody's in the same boat, you know. But I feel the whole thing that is managed in the Nigerian space is not done properly. You know, someone made mention of, you know, no, which is right anyway. He was saying something. Of course, Nnamdi Kanu's case is a very peculiar case, you know. But of course, if Nigeria is a country that's supposed to look at the right direction, they need to understand that in this critical time, first, every Nigerian from all the 6 geopolitical zones are stakeholders. With due respect to our people from the north, it has always been perceived that they own this country, and they lord it over other people that are not from the north. It might look like an allegation, but that is the fact from the caliphate and from other optics. Even most times, even during the time of Obasanjo, he had to dismantle some things. You see, the armory that was in the northern part of Nigeria had to decentralize it, or through the number plates that we use in our vehicles, where someone would put, Sokoto State, born to rule, and all those things. You know, we see all these things, but we don't want to really go into all those details. When it passes messages, nobody is more Nigerian than the other. We are all equal.
Jefferson, you have 2 minutes left.
Well, that's no problem. We all have equal stake. But of course, because of the circumstances we find in our space, we are in this mess. Now, we're in this mess, and we don't want to tell ourselves the truth. We don't want to. We always like to deceive ourselves. And let's not deceive. Before this major security situation, let's not forget to, in Lagos, people's properties were destroyed, and also people's properties were also destroyed in Abuja. You know, if it affects the Igbo people, other people go on the social media and type, especially our Yoruba brothers, say, oh, yeah, yes, those people, they think they own Lagos. Let's deal with them. And then when you see all those kind of things, you need to wonder, where are we going with this? To which is to tell you, we have a fundamental problem. And whatever problem we are facing here is no different from the so-called racism we are facing in UK, Europe, is it America, Canada, and all this part of the world. No damn difference. Now, we as the black people don't like how we are being treated in all these countries I've mentioned, but we're doing the same back home, right?
All right, Jefferson. I think
anyway, in conclusion, I think we just need to look ourselves in the mirror.
Okay.
And know what we want as a people. I rest my case.
All right, thank you. So, for those who are just coming in, the Two Nigerians, One Brain Cell has the floor. But before he comes on to speak, let me just reiterate. So I understand that our emotions for some of us is all over the place right now. But the whole idea of this segment is to do a post-mortem on the contribution of our guest today. Let's not forget about that. In whatever comments you're allowed to add, whatever it is you want to add to it, that's fair enough, and I'm okay with that. But we would not be doing justice to the show if we barely just go about our comments without necessarily trying to tie it into what we had previously heard. So, Two Nigerians, One Brain Cell, you were part of the show earlier. You heard you interacted with him, you asked him questions, you had some intellectual conversations with him. What is your take? And then you can also delve into all the other sub-issues we've discussed, the sentencing. Do we have a two-tier system in Nigeria? Now that Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced, we know he has the right to appeal. Where do we go from here?
Thank you, Tim. And hello to the panelists. I mean, most people were on here earlier. Before I take your question, I think there were certain things I said, and I just want to expound on it a bit, and because I think to a little extent people are misunderstanding what the attorney said. Now, he did, and this is not to say I didn't understand it. I'm just going. You said something and it brought that to my memory. If you were here yesterday, which of course Tony was, and we had a long, at least 3-4 hours session, and it was about, well, part of it was about what changes, similar to the question you just asked, what changes do we need in Nigeria? And one of the things we actually spent a lot of time on was about justice reform. And when we spoke about justice reform, I remember something that has always been passionate to me. And I remember I brought it up. I usually bring this up every other week. If you're speaking about a two-tier system, I've always proposed that Nigeria adopts, especially since we've adopted the United States style of governance, we should also adopt the United States style of courtship. How it deals with this, how it organizes its justice system, how we pick judges, how we sentence people, and how we carry out those sentences. Based on what the attorney said and what I also said, if we do know, or if we do realize as a people that one of the reasons why judges would give out arbitrary rulings, arbitrary pronouncements, maybe, and if we accept that one of the reasons is because they are starved of funds after retirement, maybe we want to adopt, especially on the federal side, we want to adopt the US style of lifetime terms for judges, meaning they get appointed, they don't leave until they retire themselves or until they die. For example, Ruth Bader Ginsburg and all this stuff, you have a lifetime term for the judges. And I think that will avail the society from a position where there's a term limit, and after that, they look for the highest bidder when they try to make judgments. Now, this also brings into, excuse me, this also brings into something else that Ike said about judges that are out of jurisdiction making pronouncements. Contrary to what we all believe, this is actually against the law in Nigeria. But because it's such a lawless society, you would see a judge make a ruling on a pending case or a case that is not actually in front of him. This is why you hear statements like Nnamdi Kanu was set free, or he was granted bail, or a judge discharged and acquitted him. And you go back and you look at the case law, and you look at these cases, and you find out that most of these judges, the cases was not even in front of them. I, in fact, saw one where he actually gave Nnamdi Kanu a 50 or 500 billion naira redress. A case that is not in front of you, how can you go ahead and make such a pronouncement? You know, that judgment in itself is null and void. And so I think this is the kind of reforms we have to make. Now, in terms of sentencing, the two-tier system, is there a two-tier system? In the courts, I really can't make that pronouncement. And why can't I make that pronouncement? I'll say, you look at the case of Hussein Ismaila, the ISWAP leader that was sentenced, the commander, to 20 years. I believe the judge went with what was in front of him. Was he at liberty to give him 20 years? I don't know, because we don't have the case law in front of us. At least I don't. I'm not familiar with it. I don't have proof that he could have given him more, or he was precluded from sentencing him to more time. So I say, just to break it down in layman's terms, let's say the maximum he could give him was 20 years. But the maximum in Nnamdi Kanu's case that he could potentially get was the death sentence. Are you then expecting the judge, and this is again assuming that it's the maximum, I'm just saying this because we don't have the evidence. And if anybody has the evidence, I'll gladly look at it. So if the judge whom the ISWAP commander was in front of, if the maximum sentence he could potentially give the defendant was 20 years, do you expect him now to overstep that? That would be impossible. That would be illegal. He goes to the appeals court, it would be returned for resentencing. So this is why I said we need to adopt a situation. In the federal system here, we have what is called the federal sentencing guidelines. Now the federal sentencing guidelines are advisory. You can pull it up if you want, Jim. Maybe it'll help people understand what I'm trying to say. The federal sentencing guidelines are advisory. This is what they say. It used to be mandatory, but it's advisory. So in this way, the presumption is that if an individual is arrested and charged for a crime, if another individual is arrested and charged for that same crime in another jurisdiction, an entirely different circuit, insofar as they have the same criminal background history, and there are no extenuating circumstances to either or mitigating circumstances, potentially they will have the same sentence. So it's not like you got arrested now in Kaduna for the same thing, you're going to get a day, and then the other person gets life in prison. That is not how it works here. So these are the kind of things I think we need to imbibe. And to the person that said, why weren't the cases televised? Well, I'll always use the United States as an example, because I think this is the bastion of democracy, regardless of what we're going through now. For example, in the United States, federal cases are not televised. You don't have cameras in the building. So, yeah, those are the things I just wanted to bring up, and I hope.
I think the floor is going to go to Revolutionary. Chris, hold on. I don't want us to make this about someone talks and we respond. But I will remember, if you have any point, I will come back to you. I just want everybody to be able to speak. Before Revolutionary goes on, let me make this caveat. Please, whatever anybody says here, first and foremost, is not a representation of this platform. That's one. Two, everybody's entitled to their views. And that being said, let's respect it. You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. You can think that whatever comment somebody has said is a 9. That's fine. But be respectful when you are disagreeing. I don't want us to call names. Let's discuss intellectually. Let's disagree to agree so that we can learn from each other. It's perfectly okay. The only point I'm going to make on what 2 Nigerians, 1 brain cell said is when you said that in the course of the trial, there were pronouncements from certain courts and judges to whom's jurisdiction the case was not brought. I don't think that's totally accurate, because there were many instances where, like Binta, the case was brought to her court. It wasn't just thrown out. It was brought by the people, by the prosecution. There was also the very first judge who acquitted him. So are you now saying those people made pronouncements and gave verdicts on a platform that was not before them?
No. Okay, so what I'm saying is, in general, not those particular instances you referenced. Like, for example, we know sometimes you'd say DSS should do this for him or give him this privilege, and it wasn't obeyed. We do know that. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in general. And this is why I brought up the $50 billion settlement that he was supposed to get from a judge. Like, I award him 50 billion naira or 500, whatever funny amount the judge. So it's things like that I'm talking about.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Revolutionary, it's your turn. And after Revolutionary, I think it's CM, and then we come to Tony.
Greetings to everybody again. Nice to see everybody, and Jim, well done. You see, this our bros who came today is a man of dignity. He spoke well. He was able to answer most of the questions, even though some people were trying to disregard his own opinion, but he was able to educate them properly. You understand? They tried very well to convince him, but he was able to show, I'm a lawyer, practice in Boston or something like that. I know what I'm saying. And they backed out. Then before I go forward, you will find out we have a problem in Nigeria, which is we don't speak the truth at all. Because of maybe where we are, some people, maybe they think because the person like Nnamdi Kanu now is not part of their system, it's not a Muslim, it's not from their side or things like that. They will just take side. Instead of them to stand for justice and speak the truth, at least for once, that this case is like this or this case is like this. No, they would rather first of all try to see who is this guy. Is it a Christian? Is he a Muslim? Is it from our tribe? That is where they will first of all take just like we have to support or we have to be against this guy. This is where I want to base my facts from. The truth, sometimes, as a gentleman or as a human being who believes in whatever you believe in, when a case comes where you know that this guy is guilty, let's call that person that this guy is guilty, regardless of, you understand me? Regardless of whether he comes from your side or not. Or if this guy is not guilty, let's say it so that Nigeria can progress. If not, the people I see who is winning this our argument in Nigeria now is people who are calling for division of Nigeria. They are winning, whether we like it or not. These guys are the ones winning now, because you will see some people when they see they will tell you they want one Nigeria, and then when a case comes where we have to stand as one Nigeria, you will see them, they just disgrace themselves like that, or they will just make you start to feel like, man, are we really together? So I want to say that those people who are calling for division of Nigeria, my brother, if you check the percentage now, they are going up to 85%. Because When a case of Nnamdi Kanu will come up, everybody knows the truth. Okay, they said they are accusing me for terrorism. Fine. And another terrorist like him, you cleared a point here. Somebody who was caught actively, who confessed in taking laws into his hand, killed people, in committing act of terror. They told us, yes, maybe the court, his own court had a limited amount of sentencing. That's why they gave him 20. But Nnamdi Kanu case, a same case for terrorism is terrorism. Maybe his own case is life imprisonment or death penalty. That is when you ask yourself, why don't we just divide that country so that like minds or like people will face their side? So that when case of this comes up, those people we know how to judge themselves. We too, we know how to judge ourselves. Instead of just coming in, disgracing, look at the whole Trump, GOAT, greatest of all time, calling us a disgraced country, and where we will pride ourselves that we have intellectuals. People will tell you Nigerians are very educated people, Nigerians are this, and we cannot even stand straight when it comes to speaking the truth once and for all. Tim, for me, I don't have much to say about Nigeria again. You people know my stance. It's written there, revolution now. Nothing is working in that country. We refuse, those of us who is saying that we want Nigeria to remain, you will see some of us are now feeling ashamed of ourselves now, even. What is the point of we being together? When a case like Nnamdi case that's supposed to be judged straight on, they're calling it a political solution now. That we should be begging from Tinubu to pardon an innocent person. Can you imagine? And then if he refuses to pardon an innocent person now, that brother will stay in that place for life. Let me rest my case here because I don't want to start going to deeper. I think at least I don't know if I made a point or not. Thank you.
Certainly you've made your point and it's well taken. So I should have ignored what I'm going to say now, but for obvious reasons, I won't ignore it. Caveat. I don't think this show, at least this is the first time I've moderated in almost 1 year, has at any case decided to tell anybody not to use whatever name descriptions they want to use. So it is not within my powers to tell somebody that whatever tagline they're using is inappropriate. If we're going to go that route, then I think Rudolph would be the one to come and do that. So I hope that settles it for the person who says shame on me for having somebody who has a name tag he or she does not agree with. I do not have a control over that. All right, CM, we're coming to you. So CM, I don't know if you watched the show at the beginning. What's your take on the guest? I think since Thursday or Friday, when the judgment was passed, everybody has expressed their views and understanding and what they think. So in the light of all that is going on, bearing in mind also what our guest came today to do, what's your take? First on the guest, and then of course on the sentencing, the judgment. How do you see it? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chim, and good evening, everybody. Those listening, those on the chat, wherever they may be, I greet every one of you. Well, I didn't listen. I listened briefly at the beginning to the guest before I left for where I went to, and then coming back.
Before you go ahead, Chris. Some people are saying you're not sitting up, that you need to sit.
Okay, easy.
Change the way you're lying down when a live program. So
okay.
Your position a little bit. Thanks. CM, go ahead.
Okay, so by the time I came back from where I went to, the guest has rounded up and gone. But be that as it may, I can always I felt the pulse of the people, and I have my own independent opinion, which is, I think I start from the conclusion. That is the way I should be speaking now. There has never been a clear demonstration of the eternal hatred of Ndi Igbo than this Nnamdi Kanu's case. I say this because I do not see why as an Igbo man I should be in a country where with another person. I do not. It's never compulsory that as an Igbo, I will be in another country with somebody who is not Igbo. It's not compulsory. We found ourselves that Lord Lugard joined us together. Then people are telling me Nigeria is indivisible. It's a lie. Nigeria is very much divisible, and Nigeria, Ndi Igbo must exit Nigeria. Under no matter what, we must get out. It's as simple as that. Nnamdi Kanu is just a clear manifestation of injustice. It was done to tell Ndi Igbo, what can you do? It's a big shame. We all know it. Forget about people that can come and rationalize nonsense and tell me this or this. I mean, well, I pity those that will convince, not me. They know, people know me and the way and how vehement I am when I make my stand. Nnamdi Kanu is just a clear injustice to Ndi Igbo. What can you do? Where on earth has it been done? You go and kidnap somebody, held him captive, and then start to try him the way you want. Where is it done? Because some people feel that Nigeria must be together. We must be one Nigeria. And when you talk, oh, no, it's all rubbish. It's all rubbish. What, at this point, what pains me is that Trump is wasting time. The type of bombing I recommend for Nigeria now is the type they had in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, something higher than that. This is all nonsense. For what? Of what use is Nigeria as a country than to be suppressing Ndi Igbo? For what? Look at what they did to Nnamdi Kanu. Can you call that trial? Can you call it trial? And then they take him to Sokoto to put him in a prison. One day they will say, oh, there was a prison break. Boko Haram went to prison break. You know, prison normally break in Nigeria. It happened in Edo State before NSAS. It happened in Owerri when they break. It happened in Kebbi. It happened in Kuje prison when the Boko Haram went there to rescue their member. So unfortunately, it happened in Sokoto and the boy died. I look at this, I laugh. See, Nigeria, Biafra is on the calendar. People should, the rest of Nigerians should learn to live without Ndi Igbo. We don't need to belong. I don't want it. Nobody wants. Why should Igbo man be part of Nigeria? Of what use? Than to be suffering us and humiliating us. Sunday Igbo was charged for terrorism. Military invaded his house at Ibadan, killed people, I think about 8. The same way they invaded in Nnamdi Kanu's house at Afaruku and killed 28 people, including the dog. Igbo ran away to Benin Republic for his safety. That is fair enough. That is human instinct. Nnamdi Kanu also left. What are we seeing? A Yoruba man came because Igbo is Yoruba, he released him. Boko Haram, people Fulani, are dictating, telling Nigeria that this is what they want. And these are the terrorists. They own up to what they do. Nobody is putting them on trial because they are Fulani. Buhari covered them, Tinubu is covering them. Who is in Nnamdi Kanu? Igbo man, bring him here. Who is he? Then you sentence him and people will be trying to come and rationalize. You know, he said this, he did this, he did that. Where is he done? Because Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo. That's why they have to bring him by every means possible. Wherever he may be, bring him and tie him and then keep him. Beat the hell out of him. Put him on trial, then decide to do one kangaroo trial. You see, it is in the interest of the rest of Nigeria to start thinking of their life without Ndi Igbo. This cannot continue. That I don't want to be in the same country with somebody who is not Igbo. It does not call for debate. I just want to go. Nigeria should just stop about all this nonsense. Destroy their businesses in Lagos. Don't allow them, give them the highest cutoff mark. Can you imagine if all of us here are 10 years old and we are to sit in a room, all 10 of us, to write National Common Entrance? They expect me from Anambra to have the highest, more than the rest of the people, or Imo State. What is common in that? At the age of 10, you start to tell somebody it doesn't belong. 15 years later, the person becomes 25 years. If he now raises a flag he doesn't like, he say, I want to divide Nigeria. God punish those people that are talking of Nigeria. What nonsense.
No,
we've had enough.
CM, no, I understand your emotions, but let's not use that kind of language right now, please. I understand that.
So for God's sake, at the age of 10, you start to punish Igbo child. 15 years later, he becomes 25. 20 years later, he becomes 30. When he then say he doesn't want, they say, these Igbo people, some people we talk nonsense. See, it is in the interest of other Nigerians to live their life without Ndi. Ndi must leave Nigeria. By fire, by force, we must get out. Nobody, we must. That should be the next phase. Ndi must get out. Whether Nnamdi Kanu survive, is alive or not, Ndi must get out of Nigeria. We don't want, even if it's only a square meter that is our land, we want to get out. There are countries that are far smaller than Igbo land, and they are living in peace. There are countries that are 4 million people, they are living in peace. By the way, it does not mean that the higher the population, the better the way of life. It does not mean that if you live on the coast like Somalia, where are they? Afghanistan, they have a coast. And so what? And so what? Yes, Switzerland is landlocked. Are you richer than them? Austria is landlocked. Are you richer than them? What of Rwanda that fought a genocide, very small country? Is it not better than Nigeria? So see, all this Igbophobia, no. We can't take it beyond all this. I mean, Ndibo has endured enough. We can't continue like this. The idea that Igbo man will be the footmat of Nigeria, it has come to its what is it called? Sunset date. It can't work again. We can't continue to be in a country in which we are seen as the sheep that everybody will feed on. You open business, no way. They kill you inside. Destroy your businesses for nothing. Ordinary to write common entrance, they give you the highest cutoff mark in the hope that they will keep you down. In a country in which somebody will use 139 marks to get admission, while some people are coming with 17. When I talk, they say they want to destabilize. God punish the person who is talking about that. I can't endure this. It can never continue anymore. Ndi Igbo must get out of Nigeria by fire, by force, no matter what it takes. I don't care. Ndi Igbo must cease to be part of Nigeria. Let everybody hear me. We can't continue this bullshit.
Okay, thank you, CM, for your comments. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. They're your views. We cannot deny you the right to self-expression.
Guys, again, good night. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
All right, Revolutionary, thank you very much for being here. So, Tony, the floor is yours. You were here at the beginning.
Okay, I thought maybe it's my turn.
Jagu, you that just came now.
That is looking for my trouble.
He said, "Let come and fight. You should only speak other round."
All right, so Tony, it's your turn. You've listened to everything. You know where you were here at the beginning. You listened to the barrister. Amongst other things, there have been little bits of sub issues that have been raised. Whether does Nigeria really have a single tier system that is fair enough for everybody? What do you think of other judgments that are similar to these that have been passed? And generally, what's your take on what's going on? After that, Jagun, to be your turn after Tony. And KJ, please, when you need to take over, after Jagun, I will hand over to you and I need to exit.
Good evening, everyone on the panel. Why? Let him go. Yes, try. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, viewers. I think emotions are charged now, particularly to this judgment. There are mixed feelings, and rightly so. I listened to the guests, and then I had to move on. I had a few things to do. But there was something that he said that struck me. He pointed out a disparity between, or a contradiction between the ruling, the verbal ruling that we heard, and I think the documentary, maybe the CTC or something, in terms of whether the sentence it's has an option of fine. or not. I think he gave the impression that on the one hand, when you listen to the judgment as declared by Mr. Justice James Omotosho, he did not make any provision um, for any option of fine. But again, if you look at what is documented, it looks like there's a provision there also for that option. I don't know. I haven't read this CTC, but I think that there's no. If you look at the optics in terms of similar things that has happened, just like Jim said, you are tempted to feel that this thing that you're talking about, two judgments, two different judgments on very similar issues. It looks real. My feeling is that, yes, I don't endorse everything that Nnamdi Kanu has said and done, and the manner in which he prosecuted his demand. But at the same time, I also think from a layman's point of view, I feel that, whereas he denied himself of some opportunity to properly ventilate his grievances in court using professional counsels, we don't know all the facts. I feel that he denied himself the opportunity to avail using professional counsel to counteract some of the charges that have been brought against him. Perhaps he would have, succeeded in debunking all those claims, and maybe the result may be different, or the sentence may be a little bit reduced. I didn't like his mien. I didn't like his conduct in court from the beginning. But, there is the other side who say that, you kill my father, you kill my mother, you kill my relations, you keep me in the dungeon, you rendition me, and all that. You haven't given me a fair hearing. Why should I be calm about that? Why should I? And some people have suggested that, the mood in which he was, he shouldn't have gone on the trial. He would have gone for maybe a psychological check, because that can break someone down. But all that said, I think that his conduct in court was improper, was infradig. But when I look at the ruling, I look at the reading, the way the judge, of many years' experience, read out those things. It does appear that he wasn't the one who wrote it. His pronunciations were poor. The way his elocution was below average. And even the quotation from the Bible was not in tandem with what the judgment that he was going to give. So I don't think that the judge was up to par, even as a layman. I believe that, that judgment was already written. It's not the kind of system that we have here where the judge will take like 1 month or 2 months to go and sit down and put all the facts together, and then look at any other extraneous case and take it and make it and write his judgment. But here he came to court fully prepared, because he couldn't have written that judgment in 20 minutes, when he had the break. So already a position had been taken. And I think that and it doesn't appear as if he wrote it himself, because he was stumbling, and you could see it, he was stammering and so on, which is typical of the kind of judgment we have in 2023, when the pronouncement, final pronouncement was made by the court on LB's case. So it looks like it's a pattern. And I am trying to draw a comparison, because this thing happened on November 20. Coincidentally, that was the same time when the Congress in the United States was holding this meeting about genocide or killings, in Nigeria. So it was. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. But I think going forward, I think that Nigeria hasn't done well. Nigeria hasn't done well at all with this case. Nigeria hasn't done well with the killings. Nigeria hasn't done well with leadership. And listening to CM, you could see the passion, you could see the anger, you could see the frustration. You see a man who is like, we can't have this anymore, and that feeling is real. If you listen to, in this panel, you listen to people, you see that there is now pure evidence that you can point to 1, 2, 3 issues and say, this person had this issue, this is the way he was treated. This person had that issue, this is the way he was treated, and so on and so forth. And I think that Nigeria hasn't done well. I think we haven't done well. But I think there's still time for the president. Unfortunately, in spite of all that has been happening in our country, the executive council hasn't met. The elder statesmen, what's this meeting? National, where you have former heads of this meeting to deliberate.
National Council of State.
National Council of State. I expected by now there should be a move, to deliberate on the happenings in the country, because we haven't had it this bad. And then I expect that the president should be visible, talking to us. I haven't seen that. And in the meeting, I understand that the Nigerian delegation that went to meet, for the congressional meeting that took place with Riley Moore and some other guys. I understand that 2 conditions were made to Nigeria. One, that they have to release the who is this guy who was sentenced to life imprisonment for a death, who was given a death sentence. A Christian was given, is it in Sokoto or somewhere?
The guy in Borno who defended himself.
That's right.
Adamawa State.
Adamawa State, yes. I understand that there was a condition, and I don't know whether it has a relationship with what was signed, what the National Security Advisor was signing. But the 2 conditions, one was that guy has to be released, and 2, that Nigeria must show a clear vision of how it intends to deal with this killing, and there has to be a timeline. And if that doesn't happen, within the timeline, if you can see a visible, determined, and very clear path of dealing with this issue, then America would have no option but to go it their own way. And I think this is not. This is where we have brought ourselves. This is entirely a case of failure of government. But I still think that there's still opportunity for government to show that is capable. That's a tall order, but we just watch and see what will happen. I can only wish Nigeria well. Let me stop there.
All right, thank you, Tony, for that. So if I was going to be awarding any marks or giving any gallants to anybody for how they have conducted themselves in terms of speaking, I'll do that to Tony. Thank you very much for being very respectful.
Nancy, for your permission, Chin, please, I'd like to speak so that I can leave. I just came in here.
All right, yes. So, Jagun, we have this unwritten code that when a lady comes in.
Do you have that code? That's that crazy man forefather that has that off-key code that women are better than men as human beings. Which I don't
we
believe
have
in.
9 men here. We have 9 men.
Jago, that's not the
No,
code.
I'm not necessarily in the tune of agreeing to that. I don't like that kind of philosophy.
Don't worry, Jago is
no, it's not my philosophy. And I don't know how it's yours as an African woman. Omo.
Okay.
That's some white
well, go ahead. No problem. The
No, Jago is allowing you speak. Jago is allowing you speak. Go ahead at that man. After that,
he said he doesn't agree. He said he's not allowing me. So, but I'm going to speak.
Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Okay, he's not okay. No problem, Jago. Don't worry. We'll see each other. Don't worry. It's okay.
Wonderful. I love you as normal.
Okay, I love you too,
I won't
Jago.
worry too much. Anyway.
Okay, thank you. All right, greetings, everyone. This is a reminder.
Wonderful.
I came in. I just wanted to remind every one of us, our emotions are all high. Please, your faces are showing. And the people, whatever we're discussing can be aired or showed anywhere. Please watch the language you're using. There are some words we cannot use on a YouTube platform. I came in to say that because Uncle KJ has said it, Shima has said it. You need to listen to what the moderators are saying. You don't have to like it. This rules YouTube has have in place, because we may use words that don't sit well. Guess what? We'll go offline. So no matter how high our emotions are, we need to control what is coming out of our mouths. Please, I'm just pleading with each and every one of you, both the people in the comment section. I am moderating the comment section. You have to help me out. I hate telling grown men what to do. So let's be mindful of our words, no matter how high our emotions are. Anything you said can be viewed or seen anywhere. We don't have to like what you are going to say, no matter how angry you are, but you can control what comes out of your mouth. So please, let's be mindful of the words we're going to use. This platform does not support or promote any violence against Nigeria or anything. Whatever has happened to Marvin Nnamdi Kanu, we all sympathize and are entitled to our opinion. But let's be respectful about what we're saying, please. Thank you. That's all I came to say. And both the people at the comment section, yes, if you're going to use words that are inappropriate, I will put you on a ban. You don't have to like it. Those are the rules you have to follow it. If you know you can't control your emotions, call it a night, and we're okay with that. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Please, Adana, before you go, tell those people that whoever insults me on the platform, on the chat section, take the person out. If you can't do that, it then means that what we are saying here is just hot air. Please, if you can't do that, if you can't ban the person and take the person, because I never insulted anybody on the chat column. So if the person insults me, I expect you to ban the person and take the person out. If you can't do that, then all you are saying here is just bullshit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Jack, before you go on, let me just add to that, and then the floor will be yours. So, please, so let me put it this way: there is no society where the police or security personnel are able to do their jobs without the cooperation of the citizens. That's the truth. We have to cooperate with the people who make the rules that guide the way we go about, interacting on this platform, whether it is the person who is helping us moderate on the chat section, or the moderator, whether it is KJ or me or Dr. Damages or even forefathers, whenever they're moderating, those people need your support. And I think it's most respectful if I believe everybody here is civilized. We don't have to agree and share the same views, but we can agree on one thing: to respect everybody's ego, as it were, and everybody's point of view. So please, it's not intended, say what you want to say, but in a respectful, I think somebody said you can actually, I think it was Igbo Basics. He said you can actually tell somebody to take a hike without using the word hike. And the person will understand that you've just told them to take a hike. I was going to use a more derogatory word, but I decided to be cautious myself because we're on YouTube. So I personally didn't want to come in to discuss this. Somebody that I had a private conversation with had asked me to come, and I said no. When it comes to this kind of case, our emotions are all over the place. I know what my own emotions are when it comes to this matter. I'm only keeping it because I'm the moderator. If I was not the moderator, I would express myself. But I will try to do that without necessarily denigrating anyone. I think the more we start doing that, the better for us. So that being said, I'm going to hand over the floor to our guy from the Queen's Island, to Jago. You know yourself. Go ahead.
CM, please check your email.
It's not just
CM.
that. Please allow me, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everybody. This is an emotional subject, but all emotions, as those of us who are somewhat emotionally intelligent, need to be streamed down to the synthetics of communication, explanation, understanding, philosophy even. When it's just emotion, it doesn't mean anything, man. It's just the same rhetoric that's always been going on. And in the light where I'll mention two people, and I don't really want them to come back because it's not necessary. It is what it is. You know, some people basically speak of the Igbo front. The person I will mention who gave me a lesson in the exact opposite was Igbo Basics, who spoke. You can tell he was grieved, as I was. You know, 3-4 days ago, I can't believe what I was really looking at, to be honest. It was just a disgrace. And I had to put myself in the position of somebody under judgment in the Nigerian court. And I'm thinking, I can never accept this ring around the roses. I could never accept this. This is a game. This is toy. This is pretense. This is rubbish. I was very annoyed. But Igbo Basic said, you know what? It's not the time to get annoyed. It's time to understand that we're not shocked. And true. I was shocked, but I wasn't shocked at the display that I looked upon. And Igbo Basics went on to understand that, look, we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to really look at what it is that we're looking at as Igbos. And I counted as Yorubas, as whoever it is we are in that place called Nigeria. Because what we saw there cannot represent Nigeria's law. If you're accepting that as the way Nigeria's law should work, then you're out of your mind. You're simply not together within yourself. This is why somebody like me would say that Nigeria is not a country. We do not have a government. We are we are still in a geographical space called Nigeria, but we're not in Nigeria as citizens. And that's a great shame to my heart to say. It's a great shame, because I'm one who believes that Nigeria should be what it is, what it's supposed to be. And I believe it can only be what it's supposed to be with all the parts in there, all the relevant parts in there. And if that be the case, and there be a real understanding of what rule of law means and how we are made to be responsible to that rule of law, then we're not going forward anytime soon. We are not going forward. What Igbo Basics intimated was it's not time to get sore, because we were sore yesterday, the day before, we were always sore. So that's happened already. There's no point in talking as I believe CM spoke. We understand it. We understand the emotion of it. However, that doesn't help, because unless you've gone back to the drawing board upon that whole situation called Biafra, and you are coming out with something that is more, I don't know, I don't want to say more acceptable, but something that is virtually different, that will make it happen in terms of reality, okay. But if not, there's no point in talking about it. And I will tell you that it won't ever work. It won't ever work. Nigeria breaking up into a million pieces, that might happen. But Biafra on its own, no, that would never ever work, to be frank. And we can go into a deep discussion about that. I'm not afraid of that discussion, because I know, again, instead of people speaking factually and honestly about what their claims are, they will start getting annoyed, emotional, and abusive. It doesn't help. It doesn't help in the conversation. I continue. From 2023's so-called election and the court case that was deliberated over, and the judgment was underlined that Tinubu is our president for real. He claimed it, and it has been publicly declared, announced by the court of law in Nigeria. So we come to a point where, for me, there was a great disappointment in the way all of that was handled. The way Peter Obi or his team underlined that case and prosecuted that case, I felt it was a failure. You're not getting anywhere with that, with what you haven't said. You said how do I want to say? You said more. You said less than you're supposed to say. You said too much of nothing and the things that you had to speak about, you said nothing about them. I was again ashamed, but what it was telling me that there's no law in Nigeria. This is a lawless country. This is a lawless country where this thing can be done in front of everybody's eyes and everybody's going to shut up, basically. Then you have people who's trying to strong-bone people into revolution. Revolution really is, in Nigeria's case, it's got to be a natural thing that comes from the guts of the people. But the people don't have no guts. This is the fact of the matter. There's no point in us shilly-shally. The Nigerian people have no guts. They have no gumption to take on the government whilst the government continues to slap them in the face. That's what it is. It's not about our leaders. We can look at our leaders as much as we want and expect things that they cannot do. What do you really expect Nnamdi Kanu to do for you? What do you really expect? You're just begging him. You're begging him to be a leader where you yourself cannot lead. That's what we're all doing. We're begging behind these people who can't do it for us. Either they don't have the intellect. If they do have the intellect, they don't have the will. If they do have the will, they don't have the psychological understanding of what it is to be a leader and to be a leader in this present world that we are in today. There's many factors that go into leadership today. Many. And Nigerians have these elements. They have these gifts. What they don't have is the guts. They don't have the nerve. They don't have the institutions. They don't have the understanding that a man is to be a man. A man is to be a man. And I don't know how else to put it. I don't know how else to put it. You know, there are leaders in this world who, I don't mean to put it so raw, who have the smallest
Mr. Tim, doesn't this have time?
If it's to be very...
Somebody can talk 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
I beg you. I'm fluent now. I'm fluent. Just
sorry, concerns. Hello. I will come to you. Let him finish. I know when to start.
Is that concerns complaining again? Concerns, or you are very rude, though. It's not your fault.
I'm not rude. I'm just telling that I didn't mention you. I said you're supposed to be at least be this thing.
My brother, you're disturbing my flow, man. You know what I mean? You're disturbing me, bruv. Serious. Oh, anyway. I hope I've said the kind of thing that allows us to elevate our conversation. Because me, for one, as a Yoruba person, I cannot accept that ruling. I can't accept it for anybody in that country that calls themselves Nigerian. Thank you. I'll end there.
Thank you, Mr. Judge.
Hello. I know it's your turn, but
yeah.
Okay, so before you go ahead, thank you, Jackson. So again, let me reiterate. I know our emotions are all over the place. I understand it. Some of us don't like the judgment, but in the midst of it doesn't mean we should suddenly lose our entire cool and say things that we shouldn't say. So please, we're here to listen. I think it's Rudolph that says this. There's nothing we're going to say here that's going to change the system. I hope you all know that. There's nothing I'm going to say that is going to suddenly make Nigeria change beyond what it is. Of course, we do hope that Nigeria eventually changes for the betterment of all of us. So, but the moment we realize that we're just expressing our views and our opinions, perhaps those in authority watch, maybe their handlers who manage the media will see snippets of what we say and share with them, hopefully. Just the way Rudolph's comments certainly made his way into the law courts. So that is part of why we need to be careful what we say. So that being said, concerns, the floor is yours. KJ, I need to run right now, so I'm handing over to you, back to you. Thank you very much for allowing me to moderate.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Dr. Chim. And good evening, Dr. KJ, all the panelists, Tony, Mr. Chris, John Abba, the international fake pastor, whatever. Well, I don't know what to call him. Sorry, So, Mr. Mazopra, 2 Nigerians sell 1 brand and 10 brand and 20 brand. So, you see, honestly speaking, what CM said this evening, one of the best speech since 3 days now. I'm telling you the truth. You see, it was really on point. We are tired of this nonsense, honestly, in Nigeria, that is going on in Nigeria. We are tired. And for some of the people who say we should start going to make election and the contest in election, IPOB should be in election, and so on and so forth. I ask the people, those that have been in the election, what did they get? When it's election in Nigeria, being contented in a very good way. You see, the INEC is compromised, and it cannot to be compromised. If IPOB goes in there, if IPOB members go there to contest, you will see that they use everything to see that they are defeated, and tomorrow they say, see that these IPOB people, they have no supporters. They don't. You see, they have no supporters. So whatever they're doing is nonsense. The people don't support them. But you see, this evening, I was watching Arise this day, and there was a lawyer that Abati brought there to come and talk about this judgment and so on and so forth. And it's unfortunate. The man was telling Abati that the judge was just a travesty of justice, and he brought out some points. He told him that one of the almost five counts were mostly on what Nnamdi Kanu said. Justice are not done like that. Almost 5 counts. For almost five counts were just what Nnamdi Kanu said. It's supposed to be only 1 count. And again, the law, when Nnamdi Kanu was saying, show me the law, show me the law, show me the law. He meant that when appeal court ruled that Nnamdi Kanu supposed to be set free, during the time they come back for this trial now, that same this is supposed not to be included in this again, because that immediately that case, the appeal court rule on that, is supposed to finish there. He can't bring out the same law again on this particular case, because this particular law this man is using had been repealed. That's what the man was telling Abati, and Abati was arguing with him. Abati was arguing with him as if, because for the first, when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, the time he was brought back to Nigeria, if you check the Ractions that time, Abati was happy. He was very, very happy. If you go back and check that this thing, you will see him was very happy. Even the day this judgment was given, he was happy. Even the next day, they were discussing about it on the Arise News this day. Arise News, this thing. The ladies, the other young lady and the other one was saying that this kind of judgment and the way others are treated is not the same. But Abati was not happy. It was against what the people are saying. Even at the Nigeria world, they bring out, they said that this man is a hypocrite. You see, so what I'm trying to say in effect is this. I don't know why some section of the country is supposed to be happy that such a thing is happening. I don't know how some people can be hypocrites in this country. If you see a man, somebody who's supposed to be, that man is a learned man. Honestly speaking, Alabati is a very learned man. But the way he twists things that concern Igbos and concern Satati and anything that concerns Tinubu in this recent time now, anything that concerns Tinubu, about to twist it. I used to watch Arise News every day. When I wake up in the morning, I have to wait until I listen to the morning show and also the other one, this lady used to present. I used to listen to them. But whenever anything comes to Tinubu, he would twist it. Whenever anything comes to Igbo people, he would twist it. That is very bad of that man. He's not supposed to be doing like that. Among all of them, even with all of them, that man is brilliant. But the thing is that he's a hypocrite. He twists everything that concerns Igbo and twists everything that concerns Tinubu, as if he's being paid by APC, not by APC, by Tinubu himself. If something comes for APC, it goes another way. But if something comes through Tinubu, against Tinubu, he goes another different way. Because it's like they have paid them that Tinubu must come back in 2031. I think that's what the man is trying to do. Because when you check Rufai goes straight to the point. Rufai is very truthful, even though, but he is very, very truthful. Rufai is somebody like Dele Faro to me. Rufai is somebody that have the interest of Nigeria at heart, like the same thing Dele Faro to me. Those people have the interest of Nigeria at heart. But you see, this man and some of his no, they don't want anything. They only want as that what they want, that let Tinubu continue. Even whether we are dying or we are alive, let us continue in that mess. The country today, it's unfortunate that we have given our this into the Fulanis. Why must Gumi's son be in the army? You know, everybody knows what Gumi stands for. Everybody knows what Gumi stands for in this country. So why must his son be in the army and be into that type of rank?
Okay.
Is he not giving us a signal that something is wrong somewhere?
Concern. If you can come back this way, you are going too far away. Come back towards what we are discussing so that you don't have to take us too far.
Okay.
I don't think Gumi's son. You can talk about Gumi, leave his son out.
No, what I'm saying is that, you see, what I'm talking about is this, because they said they are saboteurs in the army. There are even all these things that are happening. All this when the army goes for something, you see, there are people who will leak their secrets. You know, such a person with what the father stands for, supposed not to be in the army. But that is for the Nigerian people to decide. That's for the Nigerian people to decide. But
listen. That's why I'm pushing back. Gumi's son is just a lieutenant. And in the army, I know it's not even towards the rank of people that we even get to know any special information. I mean, any top secret of the army cannot come to anybody that is lower than a lieutenant colonel. You know, even a major will struggle to get some information. So, but what I'm saying is that he is a bit out of the. If you are talking about Gumi, I won't stop you, because he has played a major part and has implanted himself in what's going on right now in Nigeria. So I can allow that. But leave his son out. Let's just deal with the father.
Okay, Dr. KJ, if you have that, I don't know whether you watched that this day today, where Mr. Jimako was being interviewed by. Do you have it? I don't know whether you watch it.
I have it, but I'm not going to go there now because maybe
if you can show,
mask will remove my picture again. I will not appear again. So I don't want to play any video again.
If you can put that video, you will see everybody will understand what I'm saying.
I know they fear.
If you can put that video, at least for 5 minutes, everybody will understand what I'm saying.
We can go back and look at it now. We can go back and look at it.
I may not
appear
again.
Yeah.
Sort out my system.
Okay, fine. So my addition is this. Nigeria, like today, I think some of those people that were arrested in that were kidnapped in Para Church, I think they were released today. I think so. I don't know. There was a thing I was. I saw that clips of. Yeah, I saw that clips today. But it's unfortunate the way our country is going. And I saw also another from Aisha that Abuja have been surrounded. You see,
yes, but we said that yesterday. Now I told you we discovered that one since 2011. That's when we knew that Abuja was surrounded. So
for me, I encourage everybody: if you have a gun, if you don't have one, buy one for now. Everybody should for now protect yourself.
Thank you, Consign. You know, we checked the cost. If you check the cost of an AK-47, even while I was in Abuja, I wanted to get one for myself, but I was even told that if I not AK-47, but something that you can use to defend yourself, the one they call a pump action that maybe carry like 8 these things. I was told that it would take like almost 6 months before they can even get it to me, and for the clearance and everything, it would take almost. I have to keep 250,000, which wasn't the problem, but the length of time before you can get it, and then the process of clearing is almost like a Herculean tax.
Do you hear that yesterday about 1,000 terrorists came into Nigeria yesterday? Do you hear about it? About 1,000 terrorists entered Nigeria yesterday. Do you hear about that?
I also know. Hold on. Okay, let me give you. I don't know if any of you have got it, but there was a Panamanian in Lagos, in Benin. And then which other town? There was one more town that the people had to Abuja. They had to evacuate all their children almost the middle of Friday. So it's everywhere. I said this is my anger, and I don't want to interject into what you guys are discussing. But this is my anger. You see, this thing, when it eventually spreads everywhere, it's not going to choose people. It's not going to choose anybody. So the earlier we nip it in the bud, the better for everybody. You see, and just like us sitting here now, we can sit down here and say, okay, Jagun has Gemu. We don't want Jagun with Gemu. We are 10 of us. Let's take a vote. 10 of us, 6 will say we want Jagun with Gemu. Let him not take away his Gemu. 4 will say we don't want him to have Gemu. So the 4 win. That is how reasonable people behave. But the main fact that we say we want to discuss, and nobody wants to take part in the discussion. Nobody even wants you to sit down and talk about it. Is that how things are done? So look, we can all sit down as Nigerians and solve our problem. Okay, 9 states of the Federation want to operate Sharia law. Fine. 12 states of the South want to operate Christian law. Fine. How do we manage ourselves? Since this is not going to work in the Federation, what other options are we left with? This is the option. This is option A4, option A3, option A2, option. Okay, which one will work for us so we all have harmony and everybody be happy in their region? We select it. Are we not, it doesn't just pain you that people, oh, no, God, I don't want to remember the video I watched some minutes ago. Look, anybody who is a human being who has blood in your body, you should feel concerned when you see somebody being slaughtered like a goat. How does it make you feel? So we need to stop this nonsense. It's not politics, unless there's somebody with a different agenda that we are not aware, are not privy to. But if it's a normal thing of trying to, we can stop it. We can stop it. We can say.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
AJ.
I'll come to Chris. Yes, I don't know.
Sorry, my brother. Sorry to. No. What you were saying, it just touched me slightly. It comes back to the way I think, and it may be wrong, it may be right. I don't know. But the way I think, to be frank, in terms of a spontaneous revolution that should take place, is to be against this whole thing about Sharia. Whoever wants Sharia law, let them have it. Let the whole country vote. You'll see that the South, the main South, West, East and West, they would vote no Sharia. The Middle Belt, I can guarantee you, if there is a proper referendum being scheduled, the Middle Belt will vote no Sharia. Those now who vote Sharia, let them have their own country. That's the way Nigeria should really work. Wait, please. Let them have their own country. When they come to their senses that this shit that they bring to the table is way out of date, when they come to their senses, they will revert and ask Nigeria if they can come back. That's what would happen. If it doesn't happen, forget them. Forget them. In all honesty, if it happens, then we are one. The fact of the matter is, Nigeria needs to be rebuilt. It doesn't need to be destroyed. One person doesn't need to leave. But if a real referendum comes out to make that country really of choice of who wants to be in this country, I don't live in a country that's telling me about Sharia bullshit. I don't want to be in such a country.
Okay, thank you.
There's a place beyond. Wait, please. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anybody. I'm not trying to offend. I'm just saying that I don't want it. And in myself, I know my people, both those who are Yoruba and those who are Christian. And both of them, they're not of the ilk of a rule by what's in their color. I forgot the term, just mid-sentence, I beg your pardon. So the East aren't going to vote there. The Middle Belt, I think that they would have a real issue, a real discussion to have about what it is that they want. And I think in the main, they already have experienced enough. They've experienced enough to allow them to vote no Sharia in our. Then the North, if they are still enamored by this way of life, allow them their thing, and allow them their thing because the majority voted that way, we allow the country. Because there's no point in, I think these two things can't work together in one state. I don't think they can work together in one state. I don't think so. Do you know what I mean? You know, everyone can mix up their thinking how they want. But anyone who really understands Islam they know that that thing cannot work in one state. Full stop.
Okay.
They know.
All right. Thank you.
I've spoken to
I don't know who is talking. I don't want to call you Chris. Who is the
Well,
next?
only John Abbott and Masca were before. Chris. Only
No,
John Abbott and
First of all,
only
listen,
John
listen,
Abbott and
listen.
Masca were before me. Don't tell me to listen. He
No.
asked who was next.
Listen.
He said who was next. You can't tell me to
I
listen.
said, listen.
Masca
You
and
don't
no,
know
you
what I'm
listen.
going to say.
Masca and John Abbott were before me.
I know,
And I
Master.
wanted to speak on. If that's the case,
No.
then I want to speak on what Jaden just
Listen.
said. You can't tell me to listen.
Are you gonna listen? Are you gonna listen?
No, I won't listen.
It's very late to where I am.
It doesn't matter. It's late here too.
And
It's
I
late here
want to
too.
go, but I want to say something. Correct you.
No, you
on
can't
fact.
take it. No, I want to speak
I
on
want
what.
to
If that's
correct
the
you
case,
particularly
then
on fact.
no, you can correct me later.
Before I
I
go.
didn't come here. I didn't come here for correction.
Please.
I don't want your correction.
But you cannot come here and put out ignorance. And
I'm
you will
ignorant.
not be
That's
corrected.
fine. But you're not gonna speak before me. I would if I was before
No. I came before you.
Oh no, that's not true, sir.
Tunaja, let him say a word before I come.
He
Come on,
wants
go
to go.
ahead.
Let him say a
All right,
word.
John Abba. All right.
Thank you. Chris, go on.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, the reason why I stayed here is to correct what he said about a court awarding Nnamdi Kanu 500 billion naira, whatever. Okay. Now, look at the case here. First, federal government has a right to take anybody to court. And you, as a citizen, also have a right to take government to court. Now, what happened in those cases that you are quoting is that the lawyers took federal government to court, federal government was represented, and the court ruled against them. So that is one. Now, I also want to talk to Tony, because he said Nnamdi Kanu misbehaved. He could have defended himself. Well, let me say this. One of the judging in that judgment Omotosho read, he pointed out the death of Good Luck as one of the reasons. Okay?
Good luck. Yeah,
Good luck, whatever. Yeah. As one of the reasons he convicted Nnamdi Kanu. But when that case, when that particular evidence was presented in the court, the legal counsel of Nnamdi Kanu, I think it was Ikpeazu or so, at that point, debunked it. He did not just debunk it, he played the voice of Hope Uzodinma to them, and they did, and then it was you know, I played his voice where he said that it wasn't IPOB, it has nothing to do with IPOB, and Hope Uzodinma is the chief security of Imo State. Yet this man went on to say he believed the other person, because he was even asked, was he present in that particular place? He said no. So if you follow that case, you will know that at the point where he was being cross-examined, everything he said was almost like a nullity, but the judge believed him. So that is one case. So in other words, what I'm trying to explain to you is simple. If it wouldn't have made any difference whether Nnamdi Kanu put up a defense or not. Third, I want to speak to this my gentleman about, he said Biafra, it cannot exist. The reason, you see, Nnamdi Kanu is misunderstood is because many of you are looking at the way he presents things rather than the fact he's presenting. In Nigeria today, many people think that English is not our first language. We always misunderstand ethnicity, nationality, and tribes. When we speak of tribes, it's more deliberate. How do you speak this English now? It's not my first language. Degrading, okay, and ethnicity is also degrading. But nation is pointed as a good thing. But in reality, both those things are representing one thing. Okay? So, but the mistake most people make is this. They think that Hausa nation, Igbo nation, Yoruba nation, a TV nation, Biriam nation, they all started with the creation of Nigeria. That's not true.
Who thinks that? Nobody thinks that.
Okay, excuse me, I'm coming. They are also deluded by the fact think also that the creation of Nigeria dissolved those nations. Nothing could be more further away from the truth. Okay? So, in other words, when these nations were captured, just like, let me give you an example. Just like we are here now.
You have 1 minute.
Everything you're saying is unnecessary.
1 minute, and you
Is
have
it?
1 minute. Chris,
Everything you say, if you're regarding me, is totally unnecessary.
No. The reason why I'm trying to explain to you, the reason why I'm trying to explain to you is for us, because we are here to enlighten each other. Okay? So the reason why I'm trying to do this is simple. When we in the Nigeria, these nations were captured by a white man, they came up with some nationalists. Okay, we call them nationalists, but they are Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas. They are all nationalists. So they chased away the white man who was colonizing them. So now, one ethnic nationality also want to colonize other ethnic nationality. So how could you actually tell somebody, because you are now in charge, you cannot go, simply because you are now in charge? That is called colonization. It could be removing the white colonization and substituting it with the black colonization.
All right, Chris.
So that is what I'm trying to say. These ideas are
Chris,
what exploring. Okay.
All right, Masker. Masker or John Abel, one of you next.
Can you hear me though?
Tunaja, have you taken? Who are you, my friend?
I'm saying it's done. Masker, I don't want to. I didn't say anything. What did I say?
No, you've done it. It's
I know
good. It's
good. What did I do?
I try to. I wish Chris was
you
here
cut him out.
he leaves. No,
I didn't. He was done. No, he was done. But I said when he was done, Master or John Abba was next. Okay. I know Mario is always has a being in Spanish.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, we can hear you, John Abba.
Okay, thank you. I wish Chris is here. I think maybe Chris has to know how to articulate his message. He's the one missing everything up, and he's the one who's trying to come and lecture us how we are colonized. Nobody here is young or too young not to understand our history. But nevertheless, on the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, that he was presenting that people do not understand, people are against his ideology, people should look at his personality. Many people agree with his methodology, his ideology, but they don't agree with the way he's going about it. So for him to misrepresent the guy he's fighting for,
absolutely,
he's not.
Janaba is frozen.
I'm frozen.
No, I can see you move.
No,
You're
I can
talking.
see and hear you.
Okay, I think so. we have to articulate our message right. I think people may agree or disagree since they come to the uh, public that this is their own pick and choose on Unandi case, his personality. But I think the ideology of him fighting for his people or whatever, people do not disagree with it. But many people have problem with his approach of it and the languages he uses. So it's not like anybody have any other. I personally, and I know we are just trying to look at how the way forward. And some of us here are still using the same tone that scare people away. And when you use that, people look at it is that what country are we trying to build as a people? The same country you order until you become whatever you want to become, another nation, another country. Nigeria still remain our country. Speaking, you can be upset with it. Americans are upset with some certain things of the party of ideology, whether you're Democrat, Republican, have your opinion. Well, grown-up people like us, all we do is to tear our own country down and say all the kind. We can see what is
But
happening that
yeah,
we don't like.
John Abba, I need to interject you a little bit, please, if
No,
I
no, no,
may.
no, Jago. Well, I mean,
Wait, no,
let's be
don't tell
fair.
me
Wait,
not
wait,
to
let's be
speak.
fair. Wait, wait,
Allow
wait,
me.
wait, wait,
Allow me.
wait,
I'm hearing him.
wait. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. Let John Abba land. Masker's next. I'm after Masker. You've spoken 3 times already. To be fair, not saying what you want to say is not important,
I
but
just want to interject him a little
let's let
bit.
it go around. Let's let it
Okay,
go
I
around.
know where you're going. I understand where you're
All
coming
right.
from. I understand where you're
Where you
going. I
going?
understand where you're coming from, and I
Oh,
understand why you
okay.
said it. However,
Where?
my brother, I just need to inject into that one thing. Do you, John Abba,
Why you just like a
believe
military
that?
ops?
Do you, John Abba, believe? Do you believe that
Wow.
all of us,
What are you
wait,
gonna
man?
do?
Do you believe that all of us are still looking at Nigeria as a country?
No.
Do you think that?
Who ain't gonna
Because
go?
I'm not.
Let me see that phone.
To Nigeria,
I'm not. You're disturbing us.
What's he doing
Speak.
there?
you need to mute
Speak.
yourself.
Turn the thing off. Turn your mic off. Turn your mic off.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. You're speaking as though we all agree with your stance. You see, Nigeria is very complex, and I don't. The way I'm
I do
seeing
not
things
say
going
you
on
should
in
agree
Nigeria,
with
I
my
don't think it's a.
stand. I'm not asking you to agree with my
Yeah,
stand, and I do not expect you to agree with it.
I hear you.
Okay, but the point
Hmm.
is that you are entitled to your own opinion. You can lash out, but it's a country that if we all hold each other or hold that country or hold our people accountable, people who are presiding over us, it's also okay for us to criticize what is going on in the country. And I think the country where you are, people criticize the government or what is going on there. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But
Yep.
and we also have to say, okay, whether we like this justice or we don't like it, or we interpret it the way we think it to our own best interest. But what I see amazing to this talk is that, oh, people are happy, this and that, and Nnamdi was convicted, and all that is irrelevant. Me and you, and by the way, the terrorism charge for Nnamdi, go and listen to the message, is 20 years. So when you guys started grumbling things together, you have 5 count charges, and whatever they arrive to become life imprisonment is a different thing. But there was a comparison in the earlier of the statement. Oh, there was somebody that was caught in act by DSS and he confessed, and they give him 20 years. All right. And then you come to this and they say, okay, how do we see this? Well, I don't have all the facts. But end of the day, my point was actually meant for Chris. Chris was saying that we don't like Nnamdi ideology. Rather, we are looking at his personality is messed up. People who like his ideology is just the personality and his approach personally that I don't like that. I think it was too rude. And I think he also have the right to have an excuse to say, okay, he has been beat down, have been locked up, maybe mentally he was not ready for all this and he lashed out. we can say that. But personally, I believe, and this is his choice to withdraw or withdrew his councillors. But then, in any case, we want a better Nigeria that work for all of us, where our children are safe. And that is what we'll be pressing towards. All of this is all opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, I will be going to bed right now. It's almost 1:30 in the morning here. Yesterday, Dr. Salako said one thing that I wanted to interject, but it was too late. When he said about that Agi Ironsi, dismantled the regional government when he took over. And that is, sometimes I look at it as this propaganda. When Agi Ironsi took over he suspended the 4 regional governments. Suspended. He never created any state. He never divided that unitary government. He never created any state out of these 4. So my argument is that if it was really that, if it was Agi Ironsi that did that, when Gowon took over before the Civil War, why didn't Gowon go back to regional government? Why didn't he go that back? Why did he maintain that structure that they accused Agi Ironsi of doing? Even after the Civil War, why didn't he say, okay, now the war has ended, let's go back to regional government, which was still possible because they had the power then. But this propaganda that it was him. No, it was Gowon that dismantled the 4 regional. It was Gowon that created 12 states out of this 4 region. And it's very, very important. Let us be honest with ourselves when we talk about these things, because people are very angry when people come and tell lies, because they'll tell that there are PhD holders on political science, international relationship, or this and that. But we have to be honest with ourselves. Who dismantled these 4 regional government? It was Gowon. Few days before May 1967. And there's one thing what this lawyer said today. Why did Gowon, after Major Unzogu was killed and they recovered the body, why did they give him military and national burial and didn't give orders? And this guy was the masterminder of the coup. I got that thing, and that thing has been ringing in my brain. Why? So there's a big conspiracy as what is happening in Nigeria that nobody is telling us. But I believe one day there are people that we're going to know exactly what happened, and that's where our problem started. This civil war, 1966, the coup and the counter coup, that is where our problem started. Until we sit down and discuss about it, who is at fault and who is not at fault, we're going nowhere. A nation is built with agreements. We have to agree. We have to sit down and say, because we are different people. Even Awolowo said it. We are different people. Even Tafa Bello has said it, that England is trying to force us into what we are not ready for, because we are different people. But different people can live together in a country with mutual agreement and mutual respect. If we don't come together, sit down and discuss how are we going to live in a country called Nigeria. Let everybody respect each other, accept each other's religion and value system and culture and tradition. We are going nowhere. England, as we speak, I have lived in Scotland for 3 months. Scotland has different pounds from English pounds. Scottish pounds is different. When I was living in Stirling, in Scotland, when my company sent me there, coming to England, coming to London, you have to go to Bureau de Change and change your Scottish pounds. If you go to some kiosk to buy something, they will not take it from you. Either you go to Bureau de Change in Paddington or Edgware Street if you live in London, or you go to bank and change it. It's a different color, different, everything different, but they have the same standard anyway. And they're in one country, different currency, different national football team, different everything, different police system, only the passport and the military. And that's why they're living, you know, even though that Scotland is still trying to get away from England, you know, but they have these things. So until we come together and agree that we are going to live together, I think all this insecurity you see everywhere is because we have not agreed to live together. If we have agreed to live together, everything will be okay. Good night from here. I love you all.
Okay, so there was, I don't know how we're going to do this because we're losing
See, you're
viewers.
signing a seat, bro. You're signing a seat, man. Do it, man.
No, so if I want to speak, if we have a consensus, then I can speak. If we have a consensus, then I'll just keep my position to the side. I mean,
no, I think you should. No, it'll be good. It'll be good. Wait, guys, please.
No,
it'll be
that's
good
fine.
if you just took the mantle.
No.
And still, wait, let me finish. Let me land. And still have your opinion, because I know you got one. So just all we're saying is like one person just take over until.
Yeah, that's not my style.
That's what I said. You're signing a seat, man.
Right. So if you guys want me, that's fine. If Magic Bar, for example, doesn't want it, that's fine too. I will just state my position. But Magic Bar, were you saying something? Is he frozen?
He finished.
I think he left. Right.
Yeah, no,
so,
he finished what he had to say.
So what I just wanted to bring up, right? There were certain things they said, but Chris is no longer here. But I wanted to speak on that 500 billion thing that he said I mentioned. And this goes back to the arbitrary judgments that even the attorney he's agreeing with brought up, whereby a judge makes a pronouncement in one jurisdiction, another one makes a pronouncement in another jurisdiction. But of course, if I say, then they get upset. I don't know why he didn't get that. But there was something very important you said, Jagun, and this is what I actually wanted to push back on. You spoke about the Sharia.
Sorry, if I may, I thought Masca was next, and then you were after. That's what I thought, but I don't know if I'm wrong or right.
No, well, he was before me, actually. He was supposed to be before me. But
do a job of comparing, bro. Obviously, you have your view.
So what I wanted to say, based on what you said about the Sharia, and this is how I was waiting to talk right after you. You said basically, if you want a different law, you should go to another country. But we have to look at it like this.
No. Let me quickly break down what I said, so you can just come in and say what you want to say.
I'm just paraphrasing. I'm just paraphrasing.
All right, fair enough.
I'm just paraphrasing.
If you have a good understanding of what I said, fair enough.
Quick question, please. Who is currently the moderator?
What do you guys want? So I'm just speaking, and people have gone before me. I'm just speaking after everybody. So, I don't know. Let's make you the moderator. Let me just finish what I'm saying. All right, so let me just finish what I'm saying, please.
No, I asked a question. We need to know.
I don't know. There's 4 other people on there.
No.
If that's what you want,
what
I asked that.
Wait, guys.
Asked that before.
Wait. Don't get upset unnecessarily. 1 minute. Let me just speak. Masca, don't be confused. Tony as well, and our big brother Ike. I'm saying that it's always an opportunity for someone to compare the show. 2 Niger, 1 brain cell is there right now. do we just agree that because he's in the seat, let him take the mantle, and no argument about it?
There's a moderator
However,
behind
he's a
already.
panelist.
There's a moderator behind. I think the moderator is in charge, probably trying to come on because he's being in the mics. So let me just speak, and we gentlemen, we can continue. If we decide anybody else can be a moderator, that's fine. So let me just finish.
If no one else wants to speak on this matter.
Huh? So in any event, what I was saying.
I said if nobody wants to speak.
The reason why I'm asking for the moderator so that I can now fight the moderator, because I think it's my turn.
Well,
but I need to know who is the
that's
moderator.
why I said now.
Dude, there was 3 other people that went before you. You didn't stop them. I'm in the middle of something. You decide to stop me. Can I please finish?
You're a lawyer. You know very
Go
well
ahead.
that the fact that I allow other 3 people doesn't mean that I've ceded my right to determine that, oh, it's now my turn. You are a lawyer. You know that.
Well, that's why I said it.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my system, honestly. I can't figure it out.
It's me that is doing you, KJ. You wouldn't like it, but it's me.
You know you now. I don't know, honestly. It's it just goes off and comes off.
Have you been able to view the show? Have you been able to view the show as it's been going on in your absence?
I see my phone is on my phone, but the system is not
coming. Okay. So you know where we are now.
Yeah, I don't know where you are. So who is Masca is speaking there? So Masca, go ahead.
No. I will see my position.
Yes.
After him, I will speak.
Okay.
Are you kidding me, Masca?
I'm not kidding.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Let's go for it. Let's go for it, man.
Anyway, listen. So this is what I wanted to say. In a country like Nigeria, where there's diverse cultures, to a large extent, everything in the West, they have basically the same culture, same as the North, same as the Middle Belt, this East, the Southeast. So the way Nigeria is geographically positioned, every culture, depending on whatever region they find themselves, seem to have similar traditions. You cannot now expect, especially if Nigeria's democracy is still nascent, right? It's still young. Pre-independence, the operators of Nigeria, which were the Europeans, did acknowledge and understand that these are 2 different, well, even maybe up to 4 different sets of people, right? When you take into consideration on the Western side, it's a mix of Islam and Christianity. On the East, predominantly Christian. In the North, predominantly Muslims. Not saying they aren't Christians, but it's a mix, right? But only overwhelmingly in the East is there one foreign religion, which is Christianity. They understood this fact, and what they did was they took that into consideration and allowed Sharia law into the country, not into the Constitution, not the implementation of the criminal aspect of it, but the civil aspect of it. The criminal aspect, the implementation of it in Sharia law under Nigerian Constitution is not allowed. And this is the problem we have. I also take umbrage to that in a secular nation, there should be only one standard rule that governs implementation of criminal pronouncements, right? So I don't think Sharia law should be allowed to basically rule when it comes to counting out criminal pronouncements. And I say that because as a Muslim, as someone that understands the Sharia, there are certain steps that need to be taken before certain actions are carried out. So I understand some people would say, or people would think, oh, in Sharia, once you steal, they have to cut your arm off.
No, that's not where I'm coming
but,
from.
No. I'm talking. Let me land, please.
No, don't, because why I don't want.
I understand. I'm not speaking about you. I'm not speaking about you.
I know.
I'm speaking in general. Can I please land? Everybody keeps interrupting me. Please let me land.
I don't want to interrupt you without sense.
Can
I'm not doing it without any common sense.
That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate that you're not allowing me.
But
when you're speaking towards what I'm saying,
it's not towards
and you're not allowing me. Well, continue. If that's what's better. Continue, my friend. I've said it.
I'm speaking in general. I'm not speaking based on jargon. I'm not saying you in particular. I'm
continue.
taking into context what you brought up. So to go back a little bit so I don't throw the listeners off. If, for example, why I am against the implementation of the criminal aspects of Sharia law in Nigeria, and which I think people that are familiar with Islamic jurisprudence would agree with me, and why I think the people that operated Nigeria prior to 1960, and why the people that started operating Nigeria and wrote this constitution after 1960, why they took those things into consideration, meaning only the civil aspects of Sharia will be implemented in Nigeria, is because the factors that are needed before the implementation of, for example, people's mindset is that when you steal in Sharia, your arm has to be cut off. This is not true. So there are certain boundaries. There are certain things that are bound before you can get to that stage. Now, I was thrown off. Let me now go to, if you are against Sharia, for example, there are countries, if we do operate a truly federal system, the states should be allowed to make their own laws. This is one big essence of being in a federation or operating a federal system of government. The states should be allowed. And this is what entails in Nigeria. If people think a country cannot have two different laws that are based on the culture of its people, well, I would say you're wrong. Take Canada and Quebec, for example. The rest of Canada has certain laws that are not applicable, or Quebec has certain laws that are not applicable in the rest of Canada. But once you're in the Quebec province, the province of Quebec, you have to abide by those laws. So with that said, I don't think Sharia is the issue. There's no problem with having Sharia in Nigeria as far as the civil aspect. Now, the criminal aspect is what I think.
I understood what you're saying, man.
Is what well, you're not the only one on here. So the criminal aspect is what I think we have a duty, those of us that understand these two parts, and especially the people, scholars in the North, and people that have an understanding of Islamic law jurisprudence, which is Sharia, they have a duty to explain it properly to the rest of Nigeria so that they don't have this fear that always comes when people hear Sharia, then everybody starts going around.
Okay, can I stop you there, please?
Well said. No, Ross, I have to come back. Please, because this is how it's going. It's a quick one, bro. You wasn't here for a long time. We're moderating the show well. The conversation. Don't do this. Don't do this, please. I'm going to have to come back so that my brother can go on Masca, who is next. That's how the thing has been going. It's been going very well. Can you please allow it to do so?
Are you going to allow Jagun blackmail you?
Jagun, hold on.
It's not that. It's not right. It's not that. I've got some. I cannot. Basically, what's just been said? What's just been said?
Listen, Jagun.
What has just been said? What has just been said is in response to what I said. Oh dear.
And I don't want you to go in that direction because there's so many things to talk about. So let's go to Masca.
No.
And after we start taking a rounding up.
No, I don't think that's fair.
No.
That's not fair.
Masker, please
No,
make your
which no. It's not fair.
final taking. Your final comments. We're already
It's
hitting more than
ridiculous, man.
3 hours. Yes, bro. That you see, come on, you have to understand that these things have timing now. Me too, I get other things. Apart from that,
Why am I understand? I'll tell you why I understand. This is what I understand. The conversation was going on. You dropped off, and then another moderator dropped off. In that time, we organized ourselves in such a way that two people spoke without you guys being here. It went very well. It was going in an orderly fashion. In the reasoning that we've been having, it's been going in a direction. You have now come back just to put a bomb in the middle of the place and make it all just dissipate in terms of what we were speaking of. It's not fair.
No, Jago, you are the one that you are not being fair to KJ, sincerely speaking.
I see. Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
If that's what people think, let's continue.
You're saying this simply because you wanted to make a point. And I will start my last submission.
Why not?
Yes, Jago. Yes. When you say it's not fair, it's not fair on who? On you or me that is supposed to speak and haven't spoken. It's not fair.
I'll tell you what, this is Masker, let me tell you, this is what happened. I knew that you were next before I speak the truth. I think the truth was in a position, and he had something in his heart that he wanted to speak on. After you and he went back and forward, before you and he went back and forward, I said to him, it's your turn, Masker. I said to him that. Do you want to make sure that he said he's got something to say? So he continued, and you allowed him to continue. With that, he had his conversation with the whole thing. Because what he spoke on was raised by a point that I made earlier. That is why I want to come back to him now, not after.
I understand, Jagun. And look,
that's why I believe.
Look, so that all of us would continue to respect each other, and respect comes out of understanding each other. I understand where you're coming from, Jagun. Now, where I am coming from is simply because, look, if to Niger went, you went, he's likely going to go again. And in my mind, that's where KJ is trying to forestall. So that let the thing just keep going.
No, it won't go again. It won't go again.
No,
are you to Niger? No, are you to Niger? How will you say
it won't go again now?
Just allow Masker,
because I know what I'm going to say. I know what the only way it would go. The only way it would go again is if someone is triggered.
I think fair enough. If he is going to say something that will not make to Niger come back, I would be very happy to allow him.
No, because he's not going to use 1 minute. He's going to speak.
Okay, you can use my time. This is not a big deal. Use my time, Jagun.
Because I intend to shut this down.
Go ahead, use my time, Jagun.
All right.
Wow. Thank you. I mean, that was a case argued over by better lawyers than were defending our man. What's in the column?
It's my time you're using, so use it well.
Momo, sorry. Now, I mean, in retort to Speaks, who I know he would defend what I had to say, but I don't think he particularly understood what I said. What I said was there's a crux. There are many cruxes in Nigeria, many cruxes. And for me, the most fundamental of the cruxes that we have to deal with is religion. And whilst there are Christians and Muslims in the country, there is a secular law. A secular law, the way we have to understand it as Nigerians, is that law is neither Christian or Islamic. It comes as a secular law, even though we can trace it back to some kind of Christian heritage. That is not what we should be understanding at this point right now. We can speak about the Igbos and say that the Igbos want to leave and they want to break Nigeria up. I don't think that's the division to make. I think the division to make is of religion. Firstly, before anything else, is of religion. And when I say that the South would not vote to have Sharia law, both East and West, they won't vote for Sharia law. Put that down. The Middle Belt, which I'm taking sacrosanct as its own geographical space, not the North that the British left us with. The Middle Belt are not going, for what they've lived through over the past 20, 25 years, they would not want Sharia law in their land creeping in, because that's what it does in any other part of the world. It just gathers pace. So those in the north, the vote being put to them on a referendum stand, that if you people want Sharia, vote for it, and the majority somehow vote for it, then they should be their own country, seceded from what they call Nigeria, and love their Sharia law there by themselves, until they may feel that it needs to change and they may want to come into the fold. I don't know. But that is, for me, the division, if there is to be one, in that country. That's what I said. So all these other things that you gave me, I didn't really understand where they were coming from. I'm looking for one Nigeria. And I believe one Nigeria has to be written under one ruling. One. Stop all this confusion. For me, it's just like rubbish. Why are you presenting me with this thing? Why does your state have to look upon something called Sharia law? What for? We don't want it. Get it out. You understand? Get it out. Don't introduce it to me. That's not who we are. That's not who we are as Yoruba people. So if those who want to vote upon that thing, that's why I'm speaking for Yorubas, both Christian and Muslims. I'm speaking for the whole nation, really, to be honest. If you want that thing being sloshed about anywhere, having these misunderstandings here and there, where people have to be clearing out notions in their mind for God knows what reason, those who understand it, let them keep it. Let them keep it. I don't want it. I don't want to introduce. That's what I said. Oh. Fundamentally, the rest is all, is all happenstance. Happenstance.
Okay, thank you so much.
If I'm a Muslim, all right, thank you. I'll end it there.
Thank you. Mr. Ike.
Master, your turn now.
No. I've ceded my time to you. I'm a gentleman. I can't come back and pretend I have not, even though I must say that.
I feed it back to you now.
No,
I feed it back.
Even though I must say you didn't use my time well, but it's okay.
Mr. Ike, go ahead.
KJ,
Fair enough.
I would like you to allow Maska to speak before I speak. But the fact that our brother Maska is speaking to us from Nigeria, it's a privilege for him to still be here with us. So I want him to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, so you are giving him your time.
No, Abba KJ, don't be draconian, Abba.
You see, this is what I've been talking here. Let's follow the law and the way it is. You ceded your time.
No.
It's gone.
We can riot against you.
No, don't let's argue for 4 minutes again, please. Please don't do that. It's a waste.
But you ceded your time, though.
I will speak for just 1 minute, okay?
Okay.
So that I need
you
to say,
people are positive.
Thank you, Mr. Ike, for coming to my aid. All right, my position is a very simple position, okay? I personally don't believe that all the things that we're quarreling about are truly the issues in this country, okay? If you go to, let's say, Zamfara State, where they have all agreed and they have implemented Sharia law, how has the state fared if truly religion or the legal system you implement is the issue? How is Zamfara State today? And then I'll fly to, let's say, which state do I know? Okay, but I'll go to Southeast. I don't know. I'll pick any state at random where clearly it's a Christian state in the Southeast.
Anambra State.
Okay. How is Anambra State today? Because there's no religious argument inside Anambra State. Okay. There's no Hausa Fulani argument inside Anambra State. How has Anambra State fared? So I know, for instance, that where you have people who sit down and take responsibility for leadership, chances are that environment, forget about the religion. Look, if you go to India, India is not Islam, is not Christian. Okay, they are a separate religion. If you go to China, everywhere it's different. Religion is never the issue. And I've said it before. I'm a Muslim. I'm not going to brag about Islam because it's not like I invented Islam. It's not like I created the religion and therefore I'm going to be carrying shoulder. about it. Neither did you, KJ, created Christianity. Okay? It's nothing to brag about. And the truth is that in my religion, one of the key tenets of Islam is humility, to understand that you are nothing. There's nothing like pride, like, oh, nothing. So I'm just saying that all these things we quarrel about, the tribe is not the issue, sincerely speaking. You can see countries where they are all one race, they are all one religion, they are all the same tribe. If there is no fairness, if the people there don't take responsibility and understand how the world works, there's not going to be progress.
Okay.
But I am just advising us. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Mr. Ike, you have 1 minute.
Gee.
Undemocratic leader. That's what they
thank you. I don't answer that. I think probably not.
They're trying to go Emiloko way. But
yes,
it's not
already Emiloko way. He's already there.
I mean, it's 12 p.m. It's 12 p.m. Don't you think I should go arrest?
No, I know we are speaking a lot. I do not have much to say, only to say thank you to everybody that we've been able to exhaust our feelings and emotions the way we understood it. All of us are still a work in progress, and I think we continue to learn every day. My brothers here, please, I try to, we know how everybody's feeling. You're somebody that I respect a lot, and you're somebody who doesn't hide your feelings. You say it the way you say it, the way you feel it. But like I always said, one of the problems our brother Nnamdi Kanu is suffering now is not, we know that there is a misplacement of judgment, but we should also know that, words has consequences. So I know you were so emotional, but I know that when you sleep over the things you said today, or when you go home, they play it to you, you might be able to understand where I'm coming from. So I just want you to know that it's not only you that is feeling the way we are feeling, but at the end of the day, all we want is peace for everybody. Okay, so my brother, take it easy. God bless you, KJ. God bless you, everybody, and a blessed new week for all of us. And I pray that all of us will live to see the weekend. And KJ, you guys that are in America, remember us when you are doing your Thanksgiving, your turkey, and the rest.
I already have my turkey in the fridge.
Remember to send it to us, to Niger with one bread.
My turkey. I'm expecting a special recipe for it.
Tony, my brother in New York, you and Dr. Damages try to fly my turkey for Thanksgiving so that I can enjoy with you guys. God bless you and good night.
Thank you so much. All right, CM, I didn't know you are this young. What happened? Is it a behavior that you took off or what?
Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you.
I was looking at it and saying, is this CM or something?
Thank you. Thank you very much, KJ. My point is immovable. Ndi Igbo must chart a way forward out of Nigeria. Not that we hate anybody. We don't need to hate. There's no need. Let us exist as neighbors, but as a country, we should be on our own. And for those who always feel they know why Biafra will not work, it's their opinion, but let them keep it close to themselves. Probably when we need to consult them, we can come and consult them, probably pay them a fee so that they will lecture us. But for now, since they are not Biafra, let them keep that opinion to themselves. If about 80 million Ndibo do not know why...
Come and pay me now, Joe. Come and pay me.
Having said that, Ndibo should find their way out of Nigeria. It's not by, we didn't agree to be, nobody agreed to be part of Nigeria before. The white man forced us. They forced the people of Zambia and Zimbabwe, called them Rhodesia. At independent, they say Northern Rhodesia, Southern Rhodesia. They're going their separate ways. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, they are not together anymore. Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, they were called Protectorate of East Africa. They went their separate ways. I mean, and a whole lot of others. We can't continue 60 years. Look at where Nigeria is with all our resources because of what? We are not supposed to be. There's no love among us. So why should we be there? Let's not pretend. The best thing is, please, Ndi Igbo, I don't want to say, because if they say Nigeria is more than 300 ethnic groups, they should be able to be happy that one is not part of them. You still have over 290. So if one, yes, if one is going, you shouldn't worry. You have up to $300 dollars. Only $1.
What happens when 300 go? What happens when 300 go?
If they want to go, I can't hold them. After all, I don't. After all,
no, it's true. It's true.
Nigeria,
what do you think it would look like?
Please, see, listen. You see,
no, I'm agreeing with you respectfully.
Now,
a question that you can't really answer.
Nations are sort of coming together is a consensus. In this case, I feel we do not belong there. It doesn't mean we hate others. I mean, you can still live together, do something, maybe form this thing that we belong to ECOWAS and do things in common. But for me, I feel more comfortable in a country, even if all the Igbos coming together to be a country, we pay ourselves, it is we paying ourselves. If Eritreans are paying themselves, Ethiopia does not bother because they are no longer part of Ethiopia. They've gone their way. If they are paying themselves, it's up to them. It doesn't bother Ethiopia anymore. So this idea that we must maintain what the white man joined together at all cost, that is the problem, and I don't want it. The reality is, not just because of historical milestone, the reality has shown that, look, I'm talking as an Igbo. I don't know the way other people feel because they have to define their own. But as an Igbo, I don't want. And I believe my campaign henceforth, Ndi Igbo must get out of Nigeria under whatever guise I don't want. Not because I hate anybody. I don't need to hate. I want to be on my own. I want to be called an Igbo nation on my own. No matter what. Please let others remain the way they are. It doesn't bother anybody. But for me to come and together because Lord Lugard joined us together and then everything must be made to maintain integrity, no, that is bunkum. And that is at the heart or the root of what the mess we are facing. Please, I want people to also respect that. And that is my campaign henceforth. Not because I hate anybody. I don't need to. I have friends all over. But I want to be a country of my own. That's just what I'm going to. That's just my campaign. It does not matter whether Nnamdi cannot die or they release him or he stays there for the next 1 million years before he dies because he's gonna one day, life imprisonment he goes, or they do a prison break in the hope that they want to disguise. So there was a prison break, they tie people. It happens in Nigeria all the time. It doesn't mean. But henceforth, I want to be a country of my, I don't need, please, although that I hate anybody, I want Igbo to be separate. That's what I'm asking.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. CM. Dr. CM, like I said, you didn't accept my compliment, but I said I didn't know you are this young. So the Biabia was deceiving us before. So now we can see your face properly. All right.
Well, I'm in the US to see Trump. That's why I'm here. I'm in the US for now. Yes, I'm in the. Yes, it's a serious thing. I want to join the lobby because, to be honest, people may underrate me or maybe feel that who am I? I came because I've been to Atlanta for a conference. Then I'm in New Jersey. I will proceed into Michigan. There are people I have some interest I want to talk to. People must get out of Nigeria, not because we hate. Let us advance and they live our own life. Others will live and let live. That is Igbo man's idea. You live, I live. That's all. Right. So we want to get out.
Are you around the DC area anytime soon?
Okay, DC. It depends. By the time I get to Michigan, if I should join the delegation, I should be able to follow them down. But for now, I'm doing some bit of networking. Maybe I will stay here for a while, but hopefully I will be, I don't know yet, but let me see how it goes. But as for Ndibo to get out, it's on top gear. We can't take this thing anymore. We've had enough. Thank you.
Thank you, CM. Yes, Niger, 2 Niger, 1 brain cell. Somebody asked, are you sure that it's just 1 brain cell, not 32 brain cells?
Nah, he didn't have that much. I took the only one he had left. So,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
so someone said something about Nzeogu being buried with national honors. And this is one of the things I used to wonder when I was a child, when I read Frederick Forsyth's book about the Biafran War. But I quickly understood, if you look in other archives, that the reason they did that was they were first of all, it was in the interest, this is the official statement, that it was in the interest of the one nation, no victor, no vanquished pronouncement of Gowon. But also you have to remember that Nzeogu was born in the north. He was actually more of a northerner than anything else. Then it was like an old boys club. Let's say that coup never happened and someone else planned the coup, or another group planned the coup. Nzeogu, all intents and purposes, he will be among the ruling class today. Because, they were the first set of commissioned officers after independence. So that's one. I don't think they said that the attorney mentioned it, Attorney Amadi mentioned it. So Mazi Okpa was saying, oh, this is the first time he's thinking about that. That's then, but let's take this into consideration. If Mazi Okpa and the rest are saying, well, why did the government give him national honors and a full military burial? Okay, so that means he wasn't the only one that planned the coup. That's not true. I don't think that's true. Understanding Nigeria's history, because the same Nigeria pardoned Odumegwu Ojukwu and gave him back all his properties, all the back pays that he was owed as a Nigerian soldier. So does that now mean that there were elements in the Shagari government that had a hand in the Civil War? Well, so that's just something I wanted to bring up and have people. It wasn't a big deal that he was given full military honors when he was buried. Now, to what we were saying, myself and Jagman, this is again not to you, so you don't interrupt. This is based on what you're saying, and I'm speaking in general. Sharia already exists in Nigeria, the civil aspect of it, which I already said, and I've reiterated this over and over and over every time we have this conversation on this show. It exists in Nigeria. There's not going to be any vote to decide on a referendum. That's not how it works. It is already in the Constitution. The civil aspect of it can be pronounced by any state or any jurisdiction that deems it fit. It exists in certain parts of southwestern Nigeria. In fact, in Lagos today, there's Sharia law. Again, the civil aspect of it. It is in Oyo. You mentioned that. I noticed you threw that in there. No, we don't want it even in Oyo. It is in Osun. It is in Ogun. But they handle civil cases amongst Muslims, marriage, divorces, inheritance, wills, dispensations, things of that nature. Like I said when I started this, even I and people familiar with Islamic jurisprudence will kick against the implementation of criminal law under Sharia in a place like Nigeria. Let me give everybody on here a good example. And this is where I was going to before I got interrupted and I forgot what I was going to say. For example, under Sharia, the man steals a loaf of bread. It is not in Sharia law to say, well, he stole a loaf of bread, we're going to cut his arm off. That's not how it works. You have to look at, for example, the economic circumstance of the society. The ruling class, meaning like the kings, whoever is in charge, put in place measures that will dissuade a man, a hungry man, from stealing. If he stole a loaf of bread and went before a grand cadi and said, "This is why I stole, I was hungry." You were hungry. Is there a job? Is there allowance? Did you have money to feed? This is why you see in the Middle Eastern states, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi, United Arab Emirates, their citizens are basically spoiled. We saw this also take place in Libya. So you don't have an excuse. So you're not supposed to make your people hungry. This is also part of Sharia.
Okay, can you start rounding up?
Right. So this is also part of Sharia. Your citizens are not supposed to go to bed hungry, homeless, or deprived of their basic amenities. So when people hear Sharia, this is why I said it is important that
hold on, if you allow me to push back a bit, even though I'm
right.
trying not to. That means that the Sharia has failed in the north already, because Zamfara, where Yerima introduced Sharia, there are very poor people there who are going to bed hungry almost on a daily basis. Why?
But that's not. But that's not. Again, if you listen to me, KJ, if you listen to me, let me lie, so we don't argue. You ask a question, and it's okay for me to just answer, so we don't go all over the place. If you listen to me, KJ, which I would hope every other person got, it is against the laws of Sharia to starve your people, to starve your people, period. Now, if a case like Zamfara cannot feed its citizens, then it cannot implement the criminal aspect of Sharia. Do you get it? So the people are hungry because the country is poor, or the state is poor, or the politicians are thieves, then you cannot implement Sharia. There are a lot of barriers that stop you from implementing those laws. So you using Zamfara, obviously they're not practicing Sharia because the people are hungry. If the people are hungry, you can't run around cutting people's arms because the government itself is also corrupt. So this is why where I was going to before you cutting me off. Where I was going to before.
Because I've been talking for so long.
Yeah, but you asked me a question, I have to explain, KJ. So before you cut me off again, this is why I said it is important and it is imperative that northern scholars, northern elements that are familiar and expert in Islamic jurisprudence make it a point to explain these basic things to people, maybe in some way, at least if people decide to be tolerant, it will quell some of the fears that Nigerians have, and maybe this might be a step towards the unity that Nigeria sorely lacks.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that explanation, and for those who like it, that is coming to you. But for me, from the East, we don't like it, we will not have it. It's as simple and short. I have no look. Masca is my good friend, and apart from Masca, that I have not met personally.
No, KJ, tonight.
Hold on. No, don't go there. Don't go there.
You can't talk like that.
Don't go there. You see, this is how these things are done. They are subtly sold, and we understand it. We did. I did mass communication my second degree.
No,
they are
KJ, listen,
Nigeria
is doing.
Why are you disturbing KJ? Don't disturb him. Leave him.
We don't want
Let him speak.
I want to say something. KJ.
No, Master, please. You are my friend. I don't want to say something.
Okay, if I'm your friend, can I just say something?
Listen, Master, you and I know when Yerima introduced this thing that some people's hands were cut.
I'm not about to make a case for Sharia. If that's
okay. All right. Go ahead.
It's okay.
You see your bias now. You see how you fall into my trap.
KJ
All right, please.
What I wanted to say, KJ,
yes,
you know, we as a people, sincerely speaking, one of the major problems is that we all have closed our minds. Sincerely. I understand where you're coming from. I don't want to hear anything about Sharia. I understand that. Listen also. Hear me, KJ. But
okay.
Is that how we are going to? Because even if you are not going to use Sharia, if you are not going to implement Sharia, it's in the interest of our people, at least you and me, to understand what this Sharia is all about.
That was where I was going. You see, in the first,
so let's not say no. I don't want to hear anything about it.
Hold on. In the First Republic, the North, the South, and the East all have different rules. They even have different embassies. If you go to London, there used to be the Eastern Nigerian embassy. Okay, so why don't we revert back there? You see, the problem here is that they are not agreeing to shift. Okay,
who are they? Who are this they?
Powers that be.
Who are they?
And I'm not,
like,
let me say something.
Powers that be, these are all vague words. Let's be serious now for a minute. Who are they?
Why you talk like this now, Masker? Why you talk like
this?
We have had discussions many times, and the northern oligarchs would say, "Is it not the vice president who said restructuring my foot?"
And are they correct? Wait now, KJ, are they correct to say that?
It doesn't matter whether they are correct or not. Those are the people running the policies now and implementing it.
The whole country doesn't belong to any certain number of people. The idea that we will feed the country to them is a problem.
Okay, we'll get a day and talk about this. How to do. Let's move on.
There's nothing. All I'm saying is that we cannot afford to have closed minds for anybody. The reason why I come here is because I want to hear what people say. I may not like it. Honestly speaking, half of the things people say, I don't like it. But it is, I force myself, I have to be here, I have to listen to the people, and I have to have an open mind, not to be judgmental before I even hear somebody speak. That's all I wanted to say to you as my friend and a brother. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, and I want to again reiterate, I don't have a closed mind towards Sharia. There's, our people used to have a proverb that what you will not eat, don't even smell it. That's an Igbo proverb. What you will not eat, don't even smell it. And me, I know, look, I still have Aminu, one of my very good friends. We all went to secondary school together. We're still friends today. Aminu Kanu, that's what I call him. We have plenty of friends who are this. We don't have any problem with them. We're simply saying, you see, your hula your cap looks very good on you. If I put it, it doesn't look good on me. But if I carry my okokoko and put now, you will see me and I will appear fine. So you will now not want to carry okokoko and put. You prefer the cap you're putting. That's how this life is.
It's just an example, and it's a good one. It's just an example, and it's a good one.
Let me ask you: is it okay if the North has Sharia on their own side? Not calling arms again, not calling hands. Civil Sharia, which I'm espousing, is it okay?
See, during the First Republic,
and you say they have it there now.
No. It's okay, right?
Hold on. During the First Republic, Awolowo had free education for his people. Okay, did they introduce it all over Nigeria? No, he dealt with that. He did what he did. He brought, in fact, Awolowo brought in TV. The first color TV, the first television house in West Africa, in all of Africa.
So basically, we have to respect each other's rights and cultures.
That is what I've been trying to say all this while. You guys are confusing.
Who's you guys? I've said this like you didn't even. I said all these things, and you went back to.
Let's keep going around, guys. Let's keep going around. Who's next, KJ?
Yes. No, Jagun, just hold on. You speak last. Let Tony round.
No, I said who is next. Not that I'm next. Who is next?
It's Tony. Tony, speak.
Wow, it's
been a day.
Sometimes when I come to this platform and you begin to feel the pulse of people, the way they speak on national issues, you just feel that there is no. It's going to be difficult for Nigeria to be one. It's going to be difficult, and I think that the government itself is not even doing well in that direction. If we continue this way, I think at some point, this country will just go apart, will break down, will just go apart. It's very obvious, even from our discussions, from the things I will say, even here, even today. So, and I think it's becoming apparent that we cannot begin to sweep anything under the carpet anymore. If we are not ready to address perceived, deep-seated animosities and bitterness, if we want to pretend that things are okay, if we want to think that with impunity Nigeria can continue to move ahead, if we continue to feel that yes, we can marginalize this group, we can beat these people down, and we're all going to hold on to our own positions, I don't think there's a future for the country. And this has been going on for years. And it looks to me that every year, instead of getting better, it's getting worse. So we blame the leaders. But even here on this platform, you can see that sometimes when we hold views, and everybody has a right to his own views, is entitled, God allows you choice, So I don't know the way forward. I don't know the path forward, because the problem here that is ingrained in the system is so bad that even when we see the truth, we pretend as if denialism, we pretend as if it doesn't exist. Or sometimes we say you can go to hell. This is, you like it or not, this is the way we're going to go. And no nation proceeds that way and succeeds. And I think at some point you must pause and come back and see whether this attitude has helped us to move forward. It hasn't. And it's a shame. That's where I end my.
Okay, that's very, very interesting and quite simple. You see, the bane of Nigerian society is the inability of the people to agree, to sit down, and I'll give an example. You have been having discussion with bandits, whether you call them bandits, terrorists, militants, whatever you call it. You have been having discussion with them, but you have refused to have discussion with any Igbo person. The leaders of the Igbo land, the highest level, 4 different Igbo leaders. The first minister of external affairs, that have gone to be the Lord, and the former governor of Enugu State that have gone to be Anambra State, right? That are going to be the Lord, and other well-meaning Igbo leaders, including the 44, all the lawmakers of the eastern Nigeria, of Abia State, where Nnamdi Kanu comes from. Everybody has appealed to you to do as you have done to the other people. You say the law should take its course. When the law took its course and Nnamdi Kanu was acquitted, you refused to release him. You see why? Because why we were talking to that, we're looking at the process. Why is the first 3 judges dismissed the case? You went to Soho. The judge told you, don't come to me. Don't bring this case here. Go back and implement what you have been, the judge's judgment given to you. They still held Nnamdi Kanu until they find Binta Nyako. So what are we saying here? Is that how the country should run? And you see, if you look at the late head of state, he said what? Because Nnamdi Kanu came into the country with a transmitter, is that how to release him? He must have to go through treason. And he hope they find him guilty. So tell me, if you are in the position of the law, or you are the AGF, and your principal says this on live TV to you, or to this thing, what will you do? Is it not a time to let you know that you do everything possible to make sure that individual stays in prison? So let's not make as if this thing, who don't know it. We know these things. They are there. Okay, since I was born and I'm now getting old, I have never seen where the Nigerian people say, let us discuss. This is what is paining us. Let us go and discuss, and it will be accepted. Instead, you tell them it is under your feet. In fact, let me tell you, you see, I don't want to talk too much, but let me tell you how it's done. They first start by, watering it down. The first time they introduced the so-called restructuring. People, government officials, especially people from the north, they went to TV. Say what is restructuring? Restructuring means different things to different people. It can mean this, can mean that, can mean this. This debate went on for years. Nobody sat down to say to the people who say, let us restructure Nigeria so that this where we are getting now, we shouldn't get here. They refused to discuss it. The last public this thing was the one that Shetima made, who is now vice president. Says restructuring is his foot. Okay? In other words, he doesn't care what you think. Is that how people, other people, you want to wonder why Trump say we're a disgraced country? We're totally a disgrace to ourselves because now we're even between us. You see, when I go abroad and somebody do me, discrimination or what they call it, racism, I don't bother myself about it because in my country I don't even have a place. I'm personal non-granta in my own country. So why would I not be bothered about somebody calling me a racist or calling me trying to behave anyhow towards me? I won't bother myself because in my own country you don't even regard me. You don't regard me. You don't give me the right due me. Tell me, is there any country, I want to finish, is there any country where just wakes up early in the morning, carry bulldozer, and go be bulldozing down the people's houses? Even to a general who have served you for 35 years, you bulldoze his house down. The man begged you people, begged the government, give me 24 hours. The man said, no, these houses must come down. And you want to tell me that there's something to remedy in that situation? So let's not even make it look as if it's only the Igbos that are complaining. No. A man who has served the country for that long, sat with a chair. You saw him, has no family, nothing. An elderly man. You knew that he was a retired army officer, Air Force officer, and at the rank of a general. You came to his house to bulldoze it down. He said to you, please, I'm not aware of this technique. Nothing has been told me. You say, but we are here to take it down. So okay, but you take the house. Let me talk to your guy. No, I'm the guy. Oh, you are the director. Yes, please. I didn't get any circular. This is my house. I bought it. I have all the papers. Do you want the paper? Say, no, I don't want the paper. We have been given instruction to bring it down and it's going down. Okay, give me 24 hours. Let me claim it. No. Boys, go ahead. Which country operates like that? Even in Afghanistan, where there's this, do they operate like that? So let's not even go there. Okay, these are my own pain. It's not because it is Muslim. No. It doesn't have to do with that. It has to do with the mentality of the people who have decided to be doing wickedness of the highest order.
And for me, KJ, this is what we all have to acknowledge. Okay, this is why we start acknowledging that we will make progress, because in the end, whether we look at religion, whether we look at tribalism, it will just divide, but the problem will still be there. Sincerely, if it's just because the information that will reach to you is the one that will concern you, okay? And the fact of the matter, Jagun is still sitting here. I keep repeating, when Boko Haram started in the east, in the northeast, Jagun's cousin told him that now them they should be killing them. Jagun is still alive. He's here. He's here sitting down. He said it. This is who we are.
You see, my brother Maska, say me, I work out small for Nigeria. And I know small things also. When this Boko Haram started, how they want to take it. It was the same northern leaders, northern element. I will call one person. Southern of Sokoto led a delegation to Aso Rock and said, leave these guys alone. So let's not go there because we have enough.
You are still buttressing my point, okay? So if people are killed, and it is, for want of a better word, it's his own people that are killed, isn't it? Or when Boko Haram started, is it Igbos that Boko Haram was killing?
That's the thing now. You see,
wait now. Is it not Muslims Boko Haram was killing?
There are plenty things. When Boko Haram,
so what I'm telling you is that we ourselves, we are the ones that carry the fight into a tangent. Okay.
Okay.
A sultan that Muslims are being killed, he said, no, leave them. They are my people. What kind of sultan would that be? Honestly speaking, and this is the bottom line in this country. If you take it, Buhari was here, not the same northerners that you don't like. They are the poorest, even under Buhari's regime. This is fact. I am here in this country. I know what's going on. There is no any leader who will tell you that, okay, you are Hausa man, you are Muslim.
KJ.
Yes,
in the end,
Sorry, KJ. You know,
go ahead.
so you know, I haven't had my turn yet.
Yeah.
I haven't had my turn yet, and I've listened carefully to what everybody has said, and I think all is interesting. I particularly like a lot of Tony's somber address. I particularly liked it. It showed me somebody really listening. It showed me somebody's heart who is in a place that beats in the rhythm as to what's actually being sounded. I fear that many of us, we misquote, we dilute information, we have too much information, all kinds of things, but we're not hitting the nail on its head. And now we've got to hit the nail on its head. To be frank, we still remain in a complex situation. Nobody should tell me that it's easy. Nobody should tell me that it's easy. As I've said, for what's gone on in the last 50 odd hours, where somebody has been tried in a court of law.
All right, good night, everybody. Enjoy your whatever is remaining of the weekend. See you guys next week.
Thank you, man. We're in a country that, for me, the law court just seemed like a sham, and it embarrassed me to the hilt. And I felt I cannot be tried like that. Nobody should be tried like that in the public view to the world. Is a disgrace. So that's one aspect. Then there's the aspect of what beguiles us in that country the most. And it is actually tribe and religion. In ways played out by the government, yes, but in ways that are real in people's hearts and minds. In people's hearts and minds, what they have to fall back on in a state called Nigeria is their own. So they fall back on what they see as their own religion and what they see as their own people. Now, to be frank, I don't think there's anybody in Nigeria that can say differently about the status quo that we remain in, as much as we're stretching for this dream of a Nigerian unity. We're stretching for it. We've stretched for it. We want it. We would like it. We're Nigerians all over the world. We do behave in a certain way, which makes us a collective. We are smart. We are intelligent. We have good families. We come from great cultures. These things are very apparent. But is this a country? Am I being treated fairly? Am I being manipulated like a slave? You're having to ask yourself these crazy questions. You're having to ask yourself, am I cursed? These are the questions that Nigerian people are asking themselves right from childhood, believe me. And I feel that I'm as perplexed as Tony is when he says, I don't know. I don't know. I run programs through my mind as to what Nigeria should be, what it could become, what it was supposed to be, what it still can be. But all those things come to an awful breakdown when you see the actual way Nigeria is and how it's been run. And you think, we're bedeviled. How can we get out of this? I may be able to play out some pantomime in my mind as to how people should behave, how people should construct themselves, how cultures should come up to date, how things should be done in earnest. I may come up with these things in my mind that sound wonderful. However, the reality says that for me to get us from the pit of hell that we like to remain in, to the paradigm that I am yearning for. I don't think I've got that kind of energy in my life. I'm not sure. I don't have that energy. I don't have that energy, man. And unless we all almost admit that and spark a certain direction that we can, a target that we can actually hit, not a target that we can't hit, not a target that we cannot hit. Right now, I'm a man of targets and I like hitting my targets. And I will say within my career, what I've done in terms of targets has been quite wonderful. They haven't been 70%, they've been like 35%. But that 35% has paid me well, has given me a lifestyle, has flown me all over the world, has had me bring up my people, my family, has had me do things. And I've done that through being in the UK, yes, but I've done that as a Nigerian. Wherever I go in this world and I travel, I'm a Nigerian first. They have no quibble in their mind as to who it is they're dealing with when they're dealing with me. And I think all of us the same. So let me finish like this, as I don't want to just be rambling. The way I think about Nigeria and Nigeria's possibilities is Biafra. Let me pick up that point. I don't like the name. I don't like the meaning. Put that down. It doesn't matter. I know why these people would like to eject themselves from the place they call Nigeria. I completely understand it. I'm not confused. So now, Biafra. Let's say by some level, they actually get this Biafra. Then is that country like Lesotho in South Africa? Is it a country within a country like that? Or are they going to bargain for those who are around them and who truly have the coast to come along? Geography, I'm talking. I'll put that question rhetorically. If it's the North that truly say, you know what, we have had enough. We don't want any more of this complication from the South and the Southerners. And the Middle Belt South, if they want to leave us, let them leave us. I don't think they're going to come to that conclusion. The conclusion I said earlier was the one that I'm telling you is the real one. However, let's say they go away. Do they go away as one? Do they go away as groups of different people? Would the Kanuri really want to move along with the Hausa or the Fulani if they still remain? There are questions, deep questions to still be answered. We don't seem to understand enough of what it is that we are vying for that we can even table it. We can't table this thing. Or I've not heard a table. I've not heard a table where any of these groups are putting this really serious documentation together. Because as it is, it doesn't seem like much to me. Or it doesn't seem like the paper is written on. It's not telling me anything. It's not giving me any geography. It's not saying how the politics would work. It's not saying these things need to be written. You think that you can write them at the time it's time to go. That's late. That's late. What I'm trying to put to us is that as much as we have diverse opinions, just like our big man, what's in the name again, my brother, I am Biafra. I've forgotten his name, man. Sorry. Our big man.
Dr. CM.
Oh, no, not CM. CM na junior man to all this, my bigger brother. Yes, I'm rounding up, and I thank you for giving me the time. I'm saying he said that we should all go back into our hovel. Igbo man need to go back to the drawing board and really have a serious discussion about what it is.
Igbo basic.
Yeah, point. Well, I feel that we almost need to run it. Make man they hear what they say. Because that thing that he said about 2 days ago, I think we all need to hear it and understand what's being said. I thank you, Tony, as well. Thank you, KJ, for giving me the time, and everybody else.
Thank you so
KJ,
much.
just 1 minute, please. Biafra is going to come. I said it yesterday. And I'll tell you why it's going to come. And this is the misconception, and this is the mistake the elite, well, I think the elite in Nigeria know. It is an ideology that cannot die. It's already embedded in the hearts of people. You can lock up Nnamdi Kanu today. You can lock up young Yahoo tomorrow. There's already 1,000 of them waiting in the wings. It's not going to die. If people don't understand that Biafra just is not just the geographical region. At this point, it is past that. It is now a dream of what can be utopia. If we've ever read Animal Farm, the same situation. Now, what might happen if Biafra is realized with the situations on ground today? I have my own opinions. They might actually be closer to yours. But the bottom line is, if the Nigerian government does not improve on the quality of life of those in the Southeast region, especially whatever they say their grievances are, this notion that Biafra will die if you decimate their leaders, it'll come up in a different form. We spoke about this at length with Tony yesterday, and Nigeria maybe needs to pamper them a little bit in terms economic terms. Just 20 seconds. They might need to pamper them.
Thank you. I agree.
All right, no problem.
I agree with you on this one. It's an ideology. It's not going to die. The only thing that can kill it is let them go back to the 5-point or 7-point agenda that Nnamdi Kanu gave them. And that agenda is simply what? Every Igbo man knows it. Everybody, even the federal government knows it. Go back to Calabar. Calabar used to be the capital of Nigeria. Okay? Put the seaport there. We're not saying put it in Igbo land. Let there be a seaport in Calabar. Make Calabar airport an international airport, so that we don't all have to scramble to Lagos or to Abuja to fly. Make the seaport in Akwa Ibom. Make the seaport in River State, so that we don't all have to scramble to Lagos and wait for 3 months, 4 months before we clear our goods. Okay? Go into the hinterland, dredge the water up to Warri, so that, or even up to Niger, so that whoever gets goods, the northerners can take their goods through the water wave up to wherever they want it. Okay? Give us Eastern Railways. All right? Make the roads. Don't leave us be constructing our road by ourselves all the time. Okay? We don't have to be the ones providing social amenities in a state, in a country where we are supposed to be part of the units. What are we asking for? That's what they are simply. We're not saying give us your presidency. You can keep your presidency. Keep your. After all, we didn't have the presidency before we built Igbo land the way it is now. We're not concerned about your presidency. Put those things there, and Igbo man will come and ask you whether A is your president or B is your president. But those things are a hindrance to us. Okay, the other day we checked it. 60% of the imports that goes to Lagos finally end up in the East. What do you say about that? What about it? Don't we think that if the cost of transportation is reduced, the cost of the goods will come down? Because if you import and land in Lagos, after clearing, I have to now pay trailers that will move it to the East. You put all that cost at the end of the day in your goods. I mean, this is how a country that wants to progress thinks. Look, you live in the US. You know how the roads are built. Is there any day in the US that more than 1,000 trailers are not on the road, moving goods from one place to the other? Do you see any police person stopping them anywhere? These things are already built. The system is built. You don't need anybody to ask you to drive into a weighing station to weigh your trailer. It's just normal. You go there, you must do it. What we are simply saying, in fact, traveling in America is part of the holidays. If you go right now, all the rental cars are all out there. People have rented them, or people are driving for their, we know these things. We can create a job, but these people don't want to create an enabling environment, and we are tired of it. We're tired of it.
You know, you don't want to develop your own land. You don't want me to develop my own land. Why now? Anyway, that's what I think. And I'll go to Okija, and after that I'll go to
Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics was the brother I was thinking of the time.
Yes,
I
I
forgot.
told you Igbo Basics. Okay,
Okay.
Okija.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Thank
you guys. Happy Sunday. CM, you run away all the time. I don't know what is wrong with you. On your money, I'm not sure. No, this go. But I just want brain cell. Like I have to. At the time you were trying to run away from people were accusing you. Things you said in the past. And you were trying to say no, you've been. I'm gonna acknowledge, you've shifted. You've been, you've been different, for a couple of weeks now. But you can't run away from the other things, you said in the past. I will acknowledge that. The issue is not even.
My position has always been the same. You can always go back to check it.
Come on, bro.
It hasn't changed.
Just take the credit I gave you.
There's no credit. My position is the same since I was probably 10 years old. My position is the same.
One night we'll get into it. I will remind you. I will bring them to you. But don't worry. We have limited time now. But anyway, KJ was talking about, and Jagon, we were talking about, Sharia. The issue is not about. For me, if we want to set up a country that will work, I don't mind, Sharia in Anambra State, to cater for Muslims, but it has to be. It has to be what we have to negotiate. It has to apply to, their religious law. It doesn't have to criminal. You don't have to bring the Christian into it. The way it should be. That's not a problem. But that is the problem with Nigeria is deeper than that. How do you? I look at it. How do you deal with the ideology of, a core northerner? The way he perceives Islam. The way he carries out, Islam. So what he thinks, will happen to other people that don't believe or what he believes. So that's the fundamental issue. That is Nigeria can still we march on, economy improve, people get job. But then again, one day we'll see what's her name again? The girl I keep forgetting her name. The girl that was murdered.
Deborah.
Deborah. Yeah, one day you will see that again. One day you will see Gideon Akaloka. One day you see people losing damages. Property that being damages. That's more. And then government they don't do anything about it. So that's the more more concerning to me than Sharia law, having Sharia law in Anambra State or in other part of Nigeria. So that's my issue. It has nothing to do with what's happening to Ndibo. What's happening to Igbo is important too. And yesterday you guys I was listening, you were talking about somebody was mentioning, I think Tony was one state, you don't understand, you said, but those are things, we see in Igbo land. You think that it doesn't make any
what was it? You can't just mumble and make accusations. What was it?
Yesterday, you guys were talking. I think Tony was telling you that they should create one more state. You were saying that even though that you agree on paper, but it doesn't.
I said we should join all the states and make regions.
Yeah, but I remember what
you said. Good Lord, what was wrong with that?
Tony, you are here. Tony is here. So all those things, when you create additional state, maybe do you know how many people in southeastern Nigeria who can go to university because the universities they don't take people? Because do you know what will happen if we have another maybe two or so whatever private federal government university in another state added to southeast? Kids will go, people will have access to go to school. People will have access to some jobs. States they create so many things. Including if the country that works, water works. Things like that. Things that the state manages that will create employment. So, creating another state will be beneficial to Ndibo. Just like so. Then also the perception. some of the young people, they look at it, we have only 5. Okay, we have how many? When we go to Senate to vote now, we have only 10 people voting. So what about if we have about 2 additional, people to vote? You don't think about all those things. So all those things are important, because when you go to the center, it's about distributing things. And again, like you talked about they blame Nnamdi Kanu, or this actually the way. What other way? We went to Aburi, we negotiated, we sat down negotiating. You came back, you ready, you reneged on the agreement. Then until we fought a war. And then again, now the kind of since after the war, we've been telling you, this is happening. The police, all over the place in the southeast. You are not listening. We are telling you, our roads are not good. You are not listening. We are telling you, Tinubu, he had his appointment. We are telling you, we are not represented. You are not listening. Now they kind of started, by advocating, constitutional amendment, things like that. We were not listening. When will Nigeria listen? Nigeria doesn't want to listen to anybody from the southeast. Nigeria doesn't want to listen to the person. So now they has carried out, said what he has said, and then you have arrested him. You are telling the way. And then we are talking again the same thing I have said it. Millions of other people have said this is our problem. You don't listen until somebody like me will start saying things, and then you go arrest me and jail me. When will Nigeria listen to an Igbo person? No, you look at it, what's happening? So Nigeria is against Igbo. Listen, I'm not saying that you guys here, but we know they are. You go to Lagos, you go. What's his name? Pastor Bakare. Was it Pastor Peter Bakare? Told you there was a meeting he was attended. Yoruba elites. In the meeting, they were saying how they would deal with Igbo in the southwest. That's he told you that, and you are not listening to that. You are saying then you go to north. Somebody like what's his name? What's his name? Former Kano State governor. What's his name? The Papazo. Tell that nobody will vote for Ndibo. Certain things. You go to what's his name? Shetima. He said his own. You see, so in the north, they are against Ndibo. In the southwest, they are against Ndibo. Why not let them go? Why not let them go? You don't want, okay, build things for them. Okay, even if you don't want to do, just like KJ has articulated, build these things for them so that they will stay in, their zone. You don't want to do that. You just want them to come to north, come to, come to west, so that you persecute them. What kind of a country is that? I don't hate any Nigeria, but the thing is that the way it is working is, there are a lot of Nigerians who are not in Igbo. They don't like it. But they have things they can do. They are not in power. And sometimes when these people, when they get in power, they become like, some other people. So, we have to, how we invite every other person that, passionate about Nigeria, fair about Nigeria, that is not non-Igbo. Speak up also that, this is not good, or let them go. Let them go. Dalon, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Okay. Consign.
Yeah, Dr. KJ.
Sir.
Chief CM. Okija. Yeah, like I said earlier, CJ was on point today. It's always on point every time. But today, it's one of the best things he spoke, And the Dr. KJ, you already tell them what Nnamdi Kanu and what Igbos are looking for. But I think those things are supposed to be in the past now. Because where the country is going now, they say Mekwatarism is no more there again anymore. Yes, when people are talking about this Mekwatarism again, it's a problem people are creating for yourselves. Tony also hammered on the issue of unity and so on and so forth. If we cannot be together all along, we cannot understand each other all along. We cannot now. Since APC came in, that's where the country become Jagajaga. Immediately APC came. That's where this country went bad, too bad. You see, when Buhari came in, you would think that when the power goes to the south, to the south or to the south, it will be better. Then Tinubu came in. If it was another group of Yoruba people that came in to rule, it could have better. But this Tinubu gang in the Yoruba this thing is the worst I've ever seen. And that is where we are today. Yoruba is the second largest population. They're supposed to bring peace to everywhere. You see, because they're in the middle. They're the one making the east and the north. They're like the bridge. But when Tinubu came in, you see that the center cannot hold anymore. Now, whether the agreement he had with this Boko Haram and this terrorist, I think is the worst agreement somebody can have. He needed that power by all means. Then he went and signed nonsense agreement with them. Even that defense minister, they say he's sponsoring terrorism. The other man is from Sokoto also, or Nasarawa. The governor said he's sponsoring terrorism. It's not the governor is not the governor is not hiding it. You see, and you still keep the money in your government. So what does that show you? You see, so when you are talking about coming together, this, that, unity, and so on and so forth, I think we have passed that stage now. My advice to my fellow brothers and my fellow Igbo brothers and even the people of the south, and so on and so forth, which is supposed to be the old former Eastern state, is let everybody start going home, developing their place. Like the Igbos, let them go home, let them start gradually taking their properties and their businesses back home. You see, when you go to where they call it, when you go to Zambia, Tanzania, Zambia goes to Tanzania to release their goods. They even go there to buy goods. The same thing applicable to Uganda. All of them, they go to Tanzania. So if we can be taking our business to that side, people will come in there too. But if they don't want to come and buy, let them leave. You see? But as long as we are in this Lagos and in this one Nigeria issue, we continue to die. They will continue to deal with us. Whenever evil comes into any country or even in a family, never you allow evil to enter your family. Because whenever it enters, it's difficult to eradicate it. So that's what you are facing in Nigeria today. That evil has come, it has festered, and it will be very, very difficult. It will be very difficult today for Yoruba man, for Igbo man to see Yoruba the way he see before. It will be very difficult for Yoruba man to see Igbo the way he see before. The same thing with Hausa and so on and so forth. It's very, very difficult. Now, the Dokubo and his gang, they went and started killing Igbos before, through Buhari. How can we see those people anymore? How can we see how? You see? So whenever those things talk about those kind of people, because we can't fight them now. We can't fight Asani Dokubo now. We can't. But later, maybe in a later stage, we can. Whatever he has done, he pay for it. But the main thing now is this: let my Igbo brothers start taking their properties back home, starting their business. Because if we start going now, that respect will come. They will know that we are serious. But as long as we scattered in Lagos, scattered everywhere, the biggest problem Igbo have, we want to develop others. We want to go to other places to look for the money. I want to stay in other places. What other people are not coming to us? If other people are coming to us, if the Yorubas are coming to the east, the Hausas are coming to the east to develop, to build houses, with the problem we have now, we cannot have it. But the only problem is that they don't want to go in that place. So whenever Igbo man stand, we'll trample on him. Because by the way, his business is scattered here. That's the problem. So my brothers and my brother, so my plea to my everybody is this.
Okay.
Mostly to the Igbos, let them start gradually sending their business and their families home, because we don't know what will happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is very, very pregnant. With the way these people are coming in, these terrorists that are coming in, even the not South, it's also the same thing. The South rise up before the South. Is it not in Niger Delta? In Delta State, that they went and because they say some military men died, and now the whole village the army went there and destroyed the whole village. But the army, sorry, I want to make a point. You see, today, the wife of this the general that was killed recently, the wife, she was lamenting today that the husband died Nothing. Nobody's talking about it. The president is not talking about it. The generals are not talking about it. It's like that man is not a general. But if it was before, when the general died, the flag must be on half this thing. And the president, but this one nobody's talking about because that man have another different name. That is why. So it's a problem. So let us not continue this. The more we are together, the more we are not together. Even if you're coming in abroad now, we are not together. Anywhere we are not together. So what is this togetherness for? Thank you, my
Okay, thank
brother.
you so much,
God bless
concern.
everybody.
Thank
God
you for
bless
your
everybody.
concern. You have expressed your concern over the
Oh,
concerns of our concern. All right.
yes.
Can we
Okay.
have Odumodu? Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. And greetings to all the panelists. Happy to be back again. Yeah, Nigeria. Nigeria, our country. It's a bit disappointing though. I don't think Nigeria has favored any part of the country. I don't think it has favored them. I don't think it has favored the Yoruba people. It hasn't favored the Hausa people or the Fulani people either, and the Igbo people as well. So, like I was trying to say yesterday, Nigeria is still a colonial relic that was left for us maybe 65 years ago. And the crop of leaders that has come during this time has made the institutions that the colonialists left even more repressive. The performance of the judge depicted one of the fundamental things that is wrong with Nigeria. One, his speech or even reading of his judgment was very distasteful. Spoke wrong English as a judge. I think that was one of the things the barrister that presented earlier in the day was saying, that he said a different thing during the during his presentation. I mean, when he was giving his judgment, and he wrote a different thing in the document. That was, yeah. So the English he spoke was wrong, which meant a different thing. But they went and wrote maybe a correct English in the document that he had, or the CTC of the document. And was grandstanding, was emotional. So even if the defendant was maybe, I mean, he's a defendant, and he knew where things were going to, and he wasn't happy with it, and maybe the way the court has conducted affairs. So, but I don't think the judge should have allowed himself to also be affected by the performance of the defendant. So, that being said, the problem with Nigeria, in my own opinion, is that Nigerians haven't come together to discuss and agree on how to live together, or how to govern ourselves, how to build our institutions. There are still some crop of people that think that maybe the colonialists had the power. They have to spoon feed every person with whatever they decide. And that hasn't worked. If we look at the countries that we got independence with, maybe look at South Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, we are not doing as well as they have done. They have done well for themselves. Nigeria is going down and down and down from one region to the other. And I'm not certain if, say, an Igbo man, for example, if you make Hope Uzodinma president of Nigeria today, who's an Igbo man? Will he make Nigeria better? So I think we should decide to come together and discuss if we want to stay together or if we want to be apart. That's my input.
Thank you so much, and that will be it for today. I thank all of you. But my brother Odumodu, I'm struggling not to tell you anything. I'm struggling really. Because I'm from Abia State. The only road that I have done by government is from Umuahia to Uzuakoli. Every other hinter road is done by our people. We did it. In fact, the last road to my community was done by Ojus Okalo that didn't last beyond the first rainy season. So when you say, if the Igbo man cannot govern himself, how come the Igbo land is developed? How come it's the way it is? If you go to Onitsha houses the highest number of upstairs in Nigeria and in fact the West Africa. So I don't understand that discussion, but I'm not here to defend the cause of the Igbos. The Igbos can defend themselves. Thank you so much. I just want to say in conclusion.
But did you hear me correctly? Did I say Igbo man cannot govern himself?
No, you said can they? Yeah, you said can the Igbo man govern?
No, I think it wasn't what I said. I said that the problem of Nigeria is not that Igbo man hasn't ruled Nigeria. That even if you make somebody like Opuzodima president, he wouldn't change things.
Opuzodima is not Igbo's choice. Just like I said here on this program, many people bear me witness. I said if you ask me to choose a person from Yoruba land, I will never choose Tinubu. It won't be my first choice. Okay, and there are many capable people both in the north, south, east, and west, but they will not allow them to come to the place of power because they know those people will not take rubbish. So Hope Uzodinma is not our best foot forward and will not put him forward. Neither is David Omahi because that one is a devil. Anyway, I haven't said that. That's my opinion. Thank you so much, H and every one of you. You guys have done marvelously well. And I just want to end with this. You see, we were talking earlier with about Nnamdi Kanu and the treatment he has got, and people sometimes come and make comments and all that. I want to put something out there. If it was an Igbo man that said that Remi Tinubu deserves to die because she's not a Muslim, he should be killed, would that Igbo man still be in the streets today walking about? So let's pick up when we see injustice. Let's not swallow it. This man who called a fatwa on her is still walking about. He's still walking about.
Let me interrupt. But that's free speech. You can say anything in life, anything you want.
Nnamdi Kanu, so it's not free speech.
It is free speech, but there's a but. Whoa! You asked a question. So free speech is sacrosanct. You can say anything you want in life, but does it lead to incitement? If it leads to incitement, which then leads to loss of life and property, then that is a problem. But in life, you are allowed to say whatever you want, no matter who's offended.
I will have, I like your contribution, but you also get, just like you accuse me, you also get carried away when it has to do with anything that has to do with Islam.
No, I am a stickler for the law.
Hold on. We have been talking about the case of Nnamdi Kanu, and we know what stand you have always taken here. You didn't ever say it.
I said Boko Haram people should be killed. Yes or no? Yes or no? I said they should be killed on the battlefield. You can't, but you people, I don't know why you guys don't like the truth. I don't know why you guys don't like the truth.
I would like to end this program with you, but if you don't want me
all right, okay, no problem. Come on, let's go.
Listen. We all have been arguing here all day, okay? And we are simply saying, what is good for the geese is good for the geezer. It's good for the gander. Okay? Don't worry. They say it's good for the geezer. Now, but here is the situation. If Nnamdi Kanu can be this kind of strenuous, legal process, very strict and very, whatever, can be applied to him, it should also be taken to the next man and the same thing applied. But if you think cannot do that, then don't do that to your other person just because you don't like his face. I always say something to people, you don't hate me because you don't like my face. If what I'm doing is right, take the work I'm doing, stop looking at my face. So the question of nationality, we are yet to get it. I started asking this question since I was in primary school, and I'm still asking it today. Why do we need to put in our certificates, in your forms you are filling, state of origin, tribe, this, that, all that, just to be able to give you, to be able to frame you to one place. I want the frame to that place. That is it. You are locked down and locked, and it's not going to help anybody. Having said that, I want to thank all of you for your contribution, and to Niger, one bread cell. Thank you so much. Your
I mean, it's okay to let me. You said you were going to give me the chance to say something.
No.
Like you try. Now you want to end it after saying, "Oh, we can have the show," and then you can say what you want to say. But it's fine if you want. This is what I'm saying. The free speech you don't like.
No, bro. Thank you so much. We enjoyed your contribution. It was great. Thank you. Jagun, thank you so much. You were great, even though it's like, you made a lot of contribution, which people should think about and see how to, do it. Thank you. Ike, thank you so much. Also, you are always here. You support all the time. God bless you. Thank you also. Okay, Mr. Odumodo has gone. Thank you. We appreciate you. CM, thank you. God bless you for your contribution. We appreciate it. Appreciate your contribution. Yes, Pastor Ike, thank you. God bless you too. And take care. All right, that is the end of our transmission today, as they say in those days in the Nigerian television. We have not been able, or I don't know what really happened. My system just went crazy. So I'm going to try and adjust it before the next broadcast, which will be sometimes later this week. That's what we wanted to discuss today. The question will be, how do you see the judgment between that Justice Omotosho has rendered out to Nnamdi Kanu? For me, he didn't disappoint me because I've always turned him and known him as one of Wike's judges. Because every time that the establishment have a case, they always fish for him. Some of us don't know that this case has gone through 3 lawyers before it came to the last 2. 3 of those lawyers acquitted Nnamdi Kanu. The last one, which is Justice Soho, told the federal government to go back and implement the directive already given by the lower courts, the other previous courts, but they still refuse. They refuse to release Nnamdi Kanu. They refuse to, even obey the judgment that was given by even the judge, Binta Nyako. They refuse the judgment of the appeal court. So they only implement the one they want to implement. And the one they don't want to implement, they will keep you there and keep shopping for deliver what they wanted. Anybody who has any sense of reasoning, looking at the judgment and even the way it was read, you and I know that when you write something, by yourself and you're trying to recite it, you can even read it without looking at it because you created the words. Let's give you a clear example, quoting Matthew 23, 23, and he couldn't read it out. I thought you know the scripture. If you know the scripture or you're just quoting it, let's even assume you're not a Christian, but you will have read it before putting it in your writing, and you couldn't even read it out. What we used to say to people, though, if you look for the Bible that you can read and understand. So if you wanted to quote Matthew 23, 23, and you can't even read that one out, then it tells a lot. It's where did this statement of American embassy, British embassy come into the judgment from? Where did the issue of telling that Nnamdi Kanu was responsible for NSAS riot coming from? Where did the story of Alhaji Bullock came into from? Alhaji Bullock's story is well known to everybody, including members of their family, because Mr. Bullock gave an interview before he was buried. He made it on his phone. It is in the internet. Please search it out and hear what he said. He said, if anything happened to me, you people know who to hold. Okay, and he said to that person, I'm not afraid of you. Even though everybody's afraid of you, they won't talk about you, but me, I will talk about you. It is not IPOB. At the time of his spying, IPOB gave a broadcast and told the federal government who to hold. Today, they spin it around and say, it is Nnamdi Kanu. The governor of Imo State gave his stern statement saying, it is not IPOB, but government say it is IPOB. Gentlemen and ladies, we need to ask ourselves, do we really want to build a nation, or we are more concerned about looking for how to hold people down and not allow them to develop? Are we thinking of our generations in the next 100 years? Because it's how nations that go forward plan their life. They think of 100 years from today, what will be their nation? What will their nation be like? They think of 200 years from today, what will be their nation like? They think of 50 years from today. What is our master plan? What is our nation master plan for the next 20 years, next 40 years, next 50 years? Are we thinking that the world is going to be waiting for us? When I was in the university, Bill Clinton came to Nigeria, came to Abuja, and we are one of those selected to go meet with him. And you know what he told us? He said Nigeria is expected to be the world leader in the next decade. We have done 2 decades after that. We have not yet arrived at being a world leader. Gentlemen and ladies, if you can tell yourself the truth, you know that we are totally lacking behind. And not because we don't have the resources, and not because we don't have the brain power, and not because we don't have the men on ground, because certain individuals have arrogated to themselves the power to decide how Nigeria goes, what happens to Nigerian resources. And you and I are looking at it and playing tribal politics. In the face of where the world has become a global village, we're still playing tribal politics. So that's why the Igbos are saying in clear terms, if you don't want us to move in the way that other nations are moving, develop our people, develop our children, then let us find a better way. And that way, we'll probably, if it needs going our various ways, so be it. We're not against anybody. We're not saying we're the only people who are suffering from this. We're simply saying we have decided to cry out and speak out. Nobody stops you on speaking your own. If you have something to complain about, please contact me. I will be ready to discuss the issues that have to do with your marginalization in Nigeria, or political issues that arise from you. And I've said that very clearly on this channel. I've said that for the T people which I sometimes stand in for, there is systematic genocide going on in Benue State, whether the priest who is their governor want to agree with that or not. We cannot agree what the politician in Benue is saying, the governor. We will totally agree with the chief of the thieves, who is called Totif, who told the president to his face, this is genocide. We can agree with the governor of Plateau State that said to the people, this is no longer criminality, it is now genocide. We cannot hide our mouth. We will talk as it be. If you don't like them, go hug transformer. On that faithful note, I say to everybody, thank you so much. And for those, we always have people in the, okay, let me leave it at that. I will leave it, and I want to thank you guys. For those of you who are in the United States, we wish you a happy holiday. For those of you who are outside the United States, we say good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. We hope you enjoyed our broadcast. If there are some things you missed, please go back and watch. Like it, share it. We want more people to come so that the discussion can be more robust. Please endeavor to support us. This channel is being carried along by Dr. Damages, and it sometimes become a bit difficult to deal with. So if we have enough resources, we'll expand the guest list to 25. Right now, we can only accommodate 10 people. So please help us so that we can get to that number, that all of us can have a fruitful discussion, rub minds, because as long as we are speaking, as long as we are discussing, as long as we are meeting, we will not war. If we judge, we'll not war. Let's keep talking. And until then, I will say to you, thank you and have a good night.